All right, welcome everybody this morning. Special council budget meeting today. Welcome everybody. Call the meeting to order and ask if there's any pecuniary interest or general nature thereof on anything on the agenda. Councillor Noon, Joyce?
It's more of an inquiry on the budget that it outlines the Norm B Centennial Hall reserves and stuff being used, but I don't believe it's really starting the project. So do I have to still declare a conflict of interest?
That, Councillor Newton, would be up to you totally. Nobody's going to give you advice where and when to declare. If you feel that you should, the best advice I can say, it's best to err on caution.
Okay, I better declare a conflict of interest then.
All right. Yep, very good. Councillor Shea.
I'll declare conflict on the community garden request since I'm a user of the community garden.
So noted. Anyone else? Very good. Can be declared if it does arise at any time. Ms. Noble, you want to give us an update on anybody that's joining virtually on their abilities if they get disconnected, or how you can keep them connected? Ashley, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Eccles, before I begin, at any point, if you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the ID for this meeting, which is 891-5626-2480. Both member of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance, please send a chat message to myself, Ashley Noble, Communications Coordinator, and I will attempt to assist you. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is taking place across two meeting platforms, both on Zoom as well as being live streamed on YouTube. Public participation, if any, must be done through Zoom and cannot be done through YouTube at this time.
Thank you, Ashley. Now we get down to the business. Presentations on page 1. I take it that that's you, Director Mighton. Can I look towards Carrie? Give us an overview of what we
Where we're starting?
have, where we're started, and we'll go from there.
And there is a couple of changes to the summary that's shown in the package. The e-scribe encoder that was passed at the October meeting, so that is 10,250. The stormwater management master plan, the first of a 3-year sort of proposal of $30,000 was added in there, and the official plan. But that will be funded by development charges reserves, and our official plan reserves is what we're anticipating. So that $80,000 wouldn't have and would be fully funded from reserves and not have the net impact. So then with the wage grid adjustment, the revised starting point for today is an additional $1,147,879, or 8% is the base that we're starting with those changes that were approved at the October council meeting.
Okay. Any questions on that? Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Maybe Director Mighton, if you could just refresh my memory on the admin line, there's a financing charge or financing amount of 250,000. Can you refresh my memory on what that was for again?
The police station.
That was police station.
Yeah, that's where we need to bring what we're anticipating to bring our level of payback, our annual borrowings. We had some built in the budget, but we needed to increase that commitment during the first year that for 2025. There'll be some construction interests for borrowing, temporary borrowing till we firm it up once the project is fully complete. But that is should hopefully get us to a level where our annual payback will be.
All right, thank you, Carrie. And just to be clear, that 8%, that is on operating. We have a few extra in here on capital today. Mostly from these individuals that are on this side of the chamber. Okay. Nothing else? And carry on, Gary. With some more good news, how you're going to get this dropped down.
So I don't know if you want to start going into the detailed capital or if you wish
Um,
to deal with.
Well, I'm going to
would-
suggest that for the good time, I don't know whether Ms. Pratt Page wants to be here all day, but here to make the presentation in light of your time, Hazel, and with the new name and everything coming shortly to us. I would offer the floor to you for what? Yeah, Carl's moving aside there. And if you can, Hazel, that'd be good.
Sorry. Thank you, Council, for accommodating me to listen to my presentation. You do have it in your council package, so I don't think I need to read it to you. The Elmwood Community Center Board is a joint board, I'm just reminding you of, between Brockton and West Gray. The people of Elmwood use the Elmwood Community Center and the Lions Park quite extensively, as it really is the only public area in the village of Elmwood. Since we don't have a library anymore, I'll just add. So going on, we have a lot of rentals. Many of them are conferences, conventions. The Farmers Week is one of the biggest ones. We have on the main floor is the auditorium or the hall that is used for dances, celebrations of life, these conferences that we have with various groups. And the downstairs, which is pretty much the same blueprint as upstairs, is a dining hall. So if somebody has an event, they can have it on the main floor and then come downstairs for the meal. Or we've also had a craft sale where they've had both floors rented with booths. So upstairs, we did some renovating and replace the carpeting and the treads at the main entrance. And we'd like to further change the carpet that's in the hall, the auditorium. We have hardwood floor and then a carpeted area where we'd have trade show exhibits or seating and leaving the wood floor for a dance area. And so the carpet is getting stretched and it needs to be replaced because of the high use, also carpeting on the stage. And then downstairs, when you enter the dining hall, which if you're upstairs and have disabilities, you have to take the ramp out the door of the main floor and go down the sidewalk to the dining hall and go in that entrance. And so that entrance, we do have funds to put new railing in, but we want to recarpet that ramp and put in new treads on those stairs. That comes to 15,300, I believe is the quote that you have. Then moving on to the Lions Park, we really need to do something about the drainage. The small ball diamond, which is good for children, It's always wet. That's why people moved to the bigger ball diamonds at the community center property. There's a nice little playground. There's a pavilion for picnics, which there's photos of, but I didn't take a picture of the very horrible shingled roof that really needs replacing. Pretty much a lot of these things need replacing, but it will be an ongoing project of probably eventually replacing the pavilion, replacing the tennis court, which there's pictures that don't do justice to the cracks that are in there, and it really isn't used. It's just sort of really just a big pen right now with cracked pavement. So we're sort of waiting to find grants that will rehabilitate that park, possibly grants to put in a pickleball court instead of the tennis court. So the grounds are quite wet and all over. So we really need to get that drainage done first. So we do have, we did get some quotes, and so we're asking for 15,000 for that. So that would bring West Gray's share of about $15,150, which I think is pretty good value. Us living on a border community. And so then West Gray is sharing expenses with Brockton. So I think that's pretty good value. And we've got really good volunteers, and the chamber contributes a lot of money that they fundraise. They're one of our consistent renters with bingo and the wing nights, and like the event on Saturday, or Sunday, which was our name rebranding, because it is not, and nor has it really ever worked as a chamber of commerce, and that sort of limits any monies that might be available. So the name has been rebranded, but the mission has still been the same, to support the community and help it to have communication and a place of connection. So unless anybody has any questions, I think that's all I have to review.
Mr. Hutchison, Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Thanks, Hazel. I'm not seeing the numbers in our report here, sort of thing, so maybe I missed them somewhere, but you're saying 15,000 is what your ask is? Is that correct?
Well, I thought I seen it further up or further down in your, is that in the budget items on the,
Oh, yeah, okay.
Not
Sorry,
for
it
me,
is
but-
here, sorry. I didn't see it. 15,000, okay.
was
Uh,
the,
Yeah,
okay, sorry.
so that's reasonable. Just given where we're at for budget, and we're at the early stages, obviously. My thoughts are, you mentioned about looking for grants. And do you foresee any monies coming forward from your homecoming celebration that you had this year? Is that something that you could tap into eventually?
Well, we do have a appointee from Bentic on the board, who was one of the predominant participants on the homecoming committee. And he's quite enthusiastic about spending money on our upgrades to the ball diamond that's at the community center. And we've got a mixed slow pitch league that has started this year, and it's growing. We've got more teams wanting to come in next year. And so he was a bit disappointed that in our budget and our capital budget ask did not include work on the ball diamond. We have some things that were done, like new surfacing of the infield, and we've beautiful new dugouts, and that was money that came from homecoming. Mind you, it came from homecoming from 2014, only about a year ago. So that's been in the works for quite a while. But we have some other upgrades that need to be done, and I'm sure that homecoming is going to want to do that. And we did have a parking lot expansion. And I think monies that are will come from homecoming also to expand the parking lot because there's a lot of parking at the Ball Diamond, but it needs more gravel. And I do not know how much the profits were from homecoming. I was on the committee, but given that I'm the chair of the board, I helped with fundraising the first year, and then I sort of stepped back and let all the fine young people that live in Elmwood and area. I thought it was their turn, and they did a wonderful job with homecoming. So homecoming will be spending money in the community. I know that they budgeted 60% of whatever income that came from homecoming would be spent in the community, and the rest would be donations to the Elmwood Fire Department, the local hospices, those kinds of charities that are in the area that also are struggling for support too.
Anything else? Have you made the presentation to Brockton yet? They're all in?
I have that presentation booked for the end of November, November 27th, and their budget proceedings don't start until January. So I think that there should be sort of an alignment with the bordering municipalities so that they could hear our case and our request, and it would be sort of a collaboration between the municipalities, because that's one of the struggles that we have. One of the challenges as a border community is that we sort of get shuffled between West Grey and Brockton.
The request that you're having here, I could be so bold to say is really a ongoing maintenance capital upgrades. Putting it off on, I think that the homecoming probably wouldn't be into these types of things. They're in a more major, I just said. And this is the capital upgrades that we need to maintain the facilities is what we're looking at.
Yes, that's correct. I don't think homecoming wants to replace carpets. They'd rather provide something that they can, put their name on, much as many of the other features in our community. I'll just add that the pavilion that's in the Lions Park, it was built by the homecoming from 1997, so it's really due for probably replacement, but.
It is starting to show a bit of its age. And part of that is from its use as well too, because it is used there in that park. Any other comments or thoughts? Lucy, well, thank you very much for giving us the update here. Absolutely, we'll take it in under consideration and see where this comes together.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add that the capital budget request last year was 12,500, which was provided for by this municipality. So I'll thank you for that, and it was put to good use. And so that we do have a slight increase, but as you know, so is everything else increasing. So thank you for your future consideration.
Thank you, Hazel. Very good. And with that question, I'm going to turn to our Director of Finance. So in reality, there's a $15,150 request from Elmwood Community Center, which from 12.5 that we gave last year. So it's a $3,000 increase from last year. Okay.
I don't know if anyone's making a motion to add that in or if you want a decision.
Questions? Counselor Hutchison, but
I'm just not quite clear here yet. So the request was 15,300 for the stairs, the treads, the carpeting in the hall.
Mhm.
And then there was another 15,000 request for the Lions Park, which was drainage, benches and so on. So that means total is 30,300. Which is that the total cost? So therefore we're expected to pay half of that and Brockton would pay half? Or is this just request just for us?
no, I believe that's the full cost.
Full cost.
And the 15,150 would be our 50% share.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure on that. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Tom?
Mayor Eccles, so I just want to be clear on what we're doing. We're going to be making motions as we go to add, or we're going to do them at the end. Okay. We'll have a suit of mayor to the clerk. So I will actually, I make a motion that we include this on our capital project for 2024 budget. 25, sorry. Think about that.
Yeah. So we have a motion moved. You got part of that, Jamie? That we include into our capital budget for the Elmwood Community Center Board, $15,150. We have a seconder. Councillor Noon. Thanks, Joyce. Questions, comments? Councillor Shay. Jeff.
So the item's already in the consolidated capital budget that's before us. So do we have to make a motion for every single item that's in that document or only ones that change the document?
Jamie.
Through the mayor to Councillor Shay. So if it's included in the overall total dollar figure that's listed on the budget, then a motion to add it in wouldn't be required. If it's just listed for additional consideration, i.e. it's earmarked, but it's not included in that total bottom line, then we would need a motion to include it. And the same goes for the other side as well. If it's not included and council doesn't want to include it, no motion would be required. However, if it is included and council wants to remove it, then a motion would be required.
In this,
So go ahead, Carrie.
in this case as well, because it is a joint board, it does provide clarity on this item of your intention as opposed to being tucked into a capital budget that if you're not diving into, they can't see.
Okay. Any other questions? Everybody want to vote on this one? You're going to, because I'm going to ask for it. Okay. All those in favor on the motion as presented? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay. So that can be put in there. Not yet. We'll get to those. Okay. Carrie. And again, thank you very much, Hazel, for today's presentation. Now you can stay. We'll be here until apparently 6 o'clock if you haven't got much else to do. Thanks. Okay, Carrie, back to you. Where next?
Okay, so I don't know if you want to start then with the capital details. That's,
We've had to go through at some of the operation ones and whatnot. I think in the best investment of time with the directors that are here. Certainly. Let's start on capital details.
so in the administration department, we have transfer to an IT reserve. We try to do that annually so that then when we need to upgrade the computers or software, we have a bit to help balance that out. So that, and then we also have the other half of the construction of the new police station as well. And those are the two items in the administration. If there's any questions there.
Any questions on that portion? So just to be clear, that the transfer or the capital construction and the levy increase is building up in that reserve that we have there, and we're continuing so that we'll have that in place to make those payments. Because it's not all in reserve.
No, it's not in reserve. No, it's spending. It's being spent this year quite fast. So we had, basically, we budgeted half in 2024 and half in 2025. The increase that you see in the operating side for the financing is kind of that balancing between an increase in the amount so that we can get to that borrowing, long-term borrowing level.
Right.
It's kind of just built into there. And this is just shifting the funds. The majority of it will be a long-term loan, both for the expenses this year and the expenses next year as the net cost once we know the final bill.
The venture payments at that point in time.
Right.
Your thoughts, that will be 10 years or 20 or 15 to venture?
I would think probably 20 in order to keep our payments at a level that we can afford.
Yeah, we have built in at that point. Okay. All right. Any other questions on that? The IT transfer is one that's been going on for a number of years. Isn't it caught? Okay. What's your next one?
Fire would be our next. We've got the traditional turnout gear at each station. There is a diesel exhaust removal system in there and a new pumper truck for the Durham station. The largest part of the truck will be borrowed. The other two trucks are from Newstead and Normanby. Their loan payments are coming to an end, so that funding will go towards payment of those loans.
Any question on the fire capital? Councillor Forster. Scott? Thanks.
All right, I don't really want to add money, but your diesel exhaust removal system, 2 per station, is not listed under Newstead.
Yeah, so at this time, I'd like to do Durham and Eaton. Newstead, we are using hydraulic rescue tools that are 30 to 40 years old and they're piecemeal together. So I would like to replace that this year. And then next year, 26, we'll complete the project with the diesel exhaust. Right now, there's a push from the fire marshal's office and section 21 of health and safety to try to eliminate as much carcinogens in a fire station as possible. And it doesn't only remove the diesel exhaust from the fire hall, it also removes any off-gassing from fire hoses and that. Although we wash our fire hoses and the trucks, there's still a fair bit of carbon that comes off them from off-gassing, especially after a call like last week. If you've ever been into the fire hall for any length of time, you can go in there for a couple hours and you come out, your clothes actually smell smoky. And this is supposed to help alleviate that. There is a grant available that we've already applied for this year for other tools that we use. Decon kits for decontaminating fire gear before you get back in the truck and washing everybody down. So the exhaust system itself, they look like 2 furnaces. One faces reverse, one faces forward, opposite sides of the hall, so the air circulates, and it pulls the diesel out. They have filters on them. The filters are changed every year, every couple of years, depending on what the monitor tells you to do.
Okay, Scott? Yep. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Tom?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you to Director Mighton. So the two trucks that are coming off that have completed, so I would assume the two loan amounts would cover this one, like it would be just a even Steven, if you will.
Yeah, correct. We're anticipating the borrowing costs for the new truck would be covered by those loan amounts off those two.
Thank you.
Councillor Noon, Joyce?
Thank you. The turnout gear complete with boots, helmets, gloves. It's a variation in all the stations. I guess that's based on the number of volunteers at each of those stations.
Yeah, we replace so many suits at each station every year. They have a 10-year expiry date. And depending, Durham, you go through more because they do a lot more calls, the other two stations. So you get guys like Trent Alexander who are there for every call, and they're a real digger when they get into a fire. His gear may only last them 5 years. So we go around, I have an expiry date of a chart. I know what's expiring. That doesn't mean a set of gear doesn't get ruined during a fire, because if they change color, that tells us there's an issue with the material, that it's been overheated, and that gear now has to come out of service. That's basically it. Yeah, it's not all the same at each station for the how many sets we're getting. And we only get them as we require them. We just don't go in January and start ordering gear. If we notice this gear can last another year, then we put it off for a year as much as we can.
Overall, your capital budget from year to year has gone up how much, Phil?
$52,297 from the tax levy. If that was the tax levy company. Yeah.
Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Yeah, just a question about the loan. Where does the loan payment show up, Carrie? Sorry.
In 2026, once we start paying back the loan, it'll show up in your operating budget, payment, principal and interest.
There is no loan payment right now at the present time.
There is on the Newstead and Normandy departments. They're only got partial, one I think is done this year. The other one is only part of the year next year.
So my question is, where is that payment showing up in our budget
That'll show up in the operating.
on the operating side? Okay, I was looking there and didn't see it, but okay, thank you.
If we were to get this truck, you're saying it wouldn't get here until 2026?
That depends if you want to go out on tender and have one built, or whether you want to try to buy a stock model. There are stock models out there now. There's actually two available with Dependable in Toronto. Not making any sales for anybody, but you go for a stock model, you might be able to get something here delivered in a couple months.
Councillor Nan, Joyce?
I know, over the past year with correspondence, there was, and we supported it, where they were asking that because of the fleet, the hours of operation and stuff be extended another number of years. Would this truck that you're replacing be kind of one of those? I don't know if the province or the regulation supported that resolution to, you know, to extend the years that a truck would be able to be put in use. But the current truck that you are replacing, it's a need right away.
Yeah, so there was a thing by municipalities, a letter that went out to try to boost that. Right now, NFPA suggests a 15-year lifespan. I've been stretching out to 20 years, which is no problem in a apartment like this. If this was Toronto, it would be a different story. But here, I've been stretching out to 20 years. The truck we're replacing is actually a 30-year-old truck in Ayton. So what would happen is the 20-year-old truck in Durham would go to Ayton. That would become our spare truck. And then the new truck will go into Durham.
So I take it, Phil, what you're looking at is to have a stock truck? Because in this budget, you're talking about a 2025 delivery.
Yeah, well, that's what I'd like to get because our 20 years are up in 2025. And if I can go after a stock model, we might save ourselves some money too. Where if you go out and have a one drafted up and tendered for, and you give them the specs and they have to put it all together and engineer it, and then it's a lot more. Generally, that's what we do. We have, in the past, we've gotten a few trucks. Nothing that was stock in new trucks, but there are stock models out there. They're few and far between, but they are out there.
Go ahead. Oh,
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you to Director Mine. So you said one's going to be completed next year and the other one's goes into 26, but how deep into the calendar year do those loans go? We went for a stock, which you said 2 to 3 months you could have it. So we're actually going to be basically in a deficit until those loans expire.
We're anticipating that it would be fine. The timing should cover. Because we've got the full year cost is in there, or it's just a matter of transferring it into the payment of the vehicle, and we don't know what the final total cost and borrowing rate will be. So.
So just for clarification, the truck that actually needs replacing is in Ayton, but you're transferring that truck into stock
We have one.
and bringing the one from Durham over. Is that the practice that will always take place?
I've been doing that all along. The truck that is in Durham is 20 years old, so it's at the end of its life. But it's got another good 10 years on it. The truck that is in Ayton, that I'm going to send the Durham truck over to replace, is 30 years old. So it needs to come out. So the truck that's being replaced is in Durham, but the truck the oldest one in the fleet right now is the one that's in Ayton. So the truck that's in Durham right now will go to Ayton and become our spare truck.
Okay.
Which we use a lot. You'll see that yellow truck in Ayton and Durham a lot if we've got a breakdown and it's broke down for a couple of days or in the repair shop. We bring that truck up. We send it to Ayton or Newstead. It's been all over like that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to be clear, Phil, from an operational standpoint, there is a newer pumper truck in Ayton. This is just the spare truck.
Yeah, it's a spare truck I'm getting rid of. The truck that's in Ayton right now is a 2000, I think it's 2018.
Right.
Or 16. It was bought through Dependable as well.
Yeah. So it's not that, it's just that spare pumper for the whole fleet happens to be housed in Ayton. Ayton has a frontline pumper there. Okay. The diesel exhaust removal systems, they've been proven, working.
Yeah, there's two different types. There's the type that I'm looking at and the type that If you go to Hanover or Owen Sound, it actually has there's an exhaust fan that goes outside. There's a big hose with a magnet on it that goes onto the side of the truck. And as the truck drives out the door, as soon as it gets to the door, the magnet disconnects and the hose flies back in the hall. Our problem is, especially in Durham, we don't have room for that hose, because there'd be four hoses. They'd be on the exhaust side of the truck, which is on the right-hand side. In Durham right now, our gear is there. And same in Eaton, although Eaton's got a little more room beside the truck. In Durham, that truck be pulling out, and if there's somebody standing there, they get hit by it. So the new one is a filter system. Markdale's got it, and they like it. When their doors start to open, the fans come on automatically, and they run for, I think it's 5 or 10 minutes after. They come on every day because their ambulance is out the door every day, and that's where the ambulances are housed, the fire hall. So he swears by them. He's got 6 of them over there, but it's a lot bigger station.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, with where the budget is? Capital upgrades carry on the budget, on the capital budget is a 6% increase. Is that what I'm reading? For the levy, 6.35.
That's in relation to the amount of the levy last year, but on the 143, 500 is about 1% tax levy increase. So we are increasing the amount of tax levy support, but it's a 6% increase if you look at last year's tax levy, but the effective tax levy amount is about 1%.
So our operational is, what'd you say there a little while ago, 8%. Capital at the present moment going up to what it is would add another. So we'd be a 9% increase overall. Maybe 9.015 because we just added $15,150 to Elmwood Community Center. Okay. There's no other questions. The only little bit would be, is the capacity there, Bill, to do both stations? As in, you can think you want to build as many houses, but there's only, you want to build 100, but there's only the capacity in the area to build 50. Is there the capacity in the industry to install all of this? Is the product available? Or do we go one station at a time?
It's available. It's a company out of Toronto.
Oh, well, they're dependable. That was sarcasm. That was no slight at any. Okay. There's no other questions. We'll let Phil off easy. I don't think we need any. There's nothing, nobody wants to take anything out or suggest to take anything out. And thankfully, nobody wants to add anything in. As it even gets better. Okay. I don't think we need a motion then on the fire one. You can stay around, Phil. I think that's pretty much it, unless you All right. Thank you, Chief. Down to the next one, I guess, is police. Capital budget would be cruiser
Yeah, and
replacement.
From speaking with the chief, the only capital that he's looking at is replacing one of the vehicles. The police budget has yet to be recommended for approval, but that's what the chief is presenting to his.
Questions on that? Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Yeah, so presumably this is just putting another vehicle in place and not taking one out. I don't see any trade-in money coming back our way. Is that the case?
It's not increasing the fleet, but they do not, since the incident out east where a cruiser was used in a crime, they don't sell them per se, so there's not the revenue there, but it's not increasing the fleet. It's just replacing.
Sorry. Police chief offered his apologies for not being here. He's teaching today a course at the Hanover High School. As the Hanover Police Services was unavailable. So for the majority of students in that school from West Grey, a West Grey police chief is teaching today. Okay. And this really isn't an increase to the capital budget. This has been ongoing replacement annually of one vehicle. And the increases we have, the cost of the vehicle seems to get higher year over year. All right. Street lighting. The only thing I see there is a red 0.
Not anticipating anything required for street lighting.
Believe that the county has done enough for West Grey street lighting. Highway 4 between Allen Park and Hanover. Seems to be a lot of street lighting put in there. Okay, we'll move on then. Public Works. Gary, do you want to, or Jeff? Or...
The start has the equipment. We're putting money, budgeting, put money into reserve for the street sweeper replacement. We're budgeting to replace a plow truck. This one would go to Ventic. 1-ton truck for Glenelg. It's the last depot that will be getting the 1-ton. The other depots have a 1-ton. That would finish providing a 1-ton vehicle at each. And also the purchase of a trackless, which would be funded over 2 years, is what is being looked at as a payment plan. Equipment, if there's any question.
Any questions there? Councillor Hutchison, Doug?
Yeah, I'm curious if we've done in the past or whether we why the plow truck, the 400,000 hits the budget or the levy. Have we done something where we do a loan over a period of time, same as we do as the fire trucks and some other things where we finance over a period of time? Have we not done that in the past?
We haven't in the past because basically we alternate 1 year plow truck, the next year a grader. Grader would be 600,000, plow truck, if we're running about 425. So we try to keep that equipment level at about that amount because there is a requirement. Every year there's one that's, you've got 15 fleet or whatever. So there's one or the other being replaced every year.
Shouldn't say that when I turn the microphone on. There's a number of yellow spots in here. So let's be clear on that. Those are wants and not needs that Jeff is kind of throwing out there for us. There's a replacement, obviously in that first lines, there's a replacement of the supervisor's truck. Sweeper for the backhoe. As we go down through this, do you want to address that or just have it out of there totally? Carrie.
Yeah, if you want to add those in, we would need a motion then to add those in, but those in the first run through was the list of items that the director had identified and to try to not have a $9 million capital in the public works, we are showing sort of the prioritized amount in there, but if money was no object, then we could add more back in.
Thank you for that last line. Councillor Noon, Joyce.
Thank you. Question, the 1-ton truck for Glen Elk, is this something we've been putting off for a number of years? And if so, then I don't want to not see it left in, but the other 1-ton trucks they use for like coal patch repairs and that sort of thing. So could we not continue to borrow the trucks from other depots to compensate for what the 1-ton trucks are needed for the municipality?
That'd be you, Jeff.
Good morning. Yeah, you raise an interesting point. The challenge in front of us is we have 780 kilometers of rural roads. So typically in the summertime, there's most of the year actually, there is a real need for the 1-ton truck. So to actually move them around from depot to depot and try to keep things moving, it's a real challenge with each depot. It's not efficient trying to move them around like that.
But then we have trucks that the lead hands have as well. So those are just used for them just for patrolling or I know they like to take them home so that they're always on call so that, you know, they have that transportation ASAP, but we've had kilometers of road since 2000 and we've done without it. So I'm not just too sure if we have to struggle with budget figures for 2025. I would think that this would be something we may not need currently because I want more money for bridges.
There is a need for it to a degree where we'd rather push one pickup rather than replace it. For example, we took out the request for the pickup truck to put towards the 1-ton because there is a real need for it.
If I may, I think with the 1-tons as well, they have the lift on the back of them. So also for health and safety, it is an advantage to have those with lifting the equipment or that type of thing in and out of the back of the trucks as well.
Anything else on that portion? Next one is shops.
Yeah, so we've got a transfer to reserve for the Normie shed roof replacement. An analysis on the Glenelg shops for insulation or expansion of those so that the equipment can be, all of the equipment can be housed in an insulated environment, and replacement of the GPS system on the fleet. That's what we're looking at for the housing.
Any other questions there? How many more years before we're finished with that roof in Normanby?
So we didn't put anything aside last year for it.
How many more years have we got in that roof?
As of right now, it is not leaking. The patch that was done pre my time here has stood up well. I did provide a report earlier in the year suggesting that there is a little bit of time left in the roof. We don't need to make the decision to replace the roof now. Probably we're hoping to get at least 5 years out of it before we start looking at the full blown design that was presented earlier in the year.
Okay. And the second one on the Glenelg shop, we need an analysis. We need a consultant to tell us what kind of insulation to put in, or how to put the insulation in.
The analysis is to try to figure out what the best solution here. The problem in front of us is that two pieces of equipment sit in a unheated shed that is long and narrow but high. So it isn't just as simple as insulation. There would be a need, if you insulated that shed, to do a mechanical and electrical upgrade. If we did something there, is that the best value for the money? Is it best to have two mechanical and two electrical systems, or would we be better to do a 2-bay addition to the existing shop and upgrade the existing mechanical electrical? I'm not sure what the best solution is there, but we need to work towards a solution. We do rotate the fleet through which ones are in what I'm going to call cold storage, but as we get new equipment, there's more and more electronic components on it. So it's not like when I started my career, you could show up with coal, once you got it running, away you go. You actually got to wait for the computers and the electronics and the equipment to warm up, or the equipment will not function correctly, and that's what's driving this.
Councillor New, Joyce.
I'm going back to the Norby roof. The cost that you've got currently, that's for like for a high pitch, like that's not for another flat roof, correct? That we're replacing?
It is for trusses, an additional insulation, and an upgrade on a couple of the beams over the overhead doors.
Okay. Anything else? Now everybody's favorite. There are quite a few bridges closed, but I only see one in here for replacement.
So all of our money is going towards Bridge 44. In the 2024 budget, we were gearing up and saving to have this be the bridge that we move forward with. So it is using a lot of our grant funding and our tax levy portion that we have for the bridges. Early in the new year, council will be reviewing or finalizing that bridge study and prioritization. So then once that is complete, that will establish, or we're hoping is that will establish what is the bridge priority then for 2026, that whether we can get some pre-engineering done. There's a few bridges listed in there, but till we get that bridge study review sort of adopted and that priority list completed, that's what we would move forward with for 2025 in 44.
Okay. Thoughts, questions? Solutions? Any? Counselor Noon, Joyce?
I'd like to see one of those bridges rehabilitated. We're just not getting any farther ahead. I don't think they're going to be stay closed forever. If we brought one of those in, like, do we have to wait for pre-engineering to have that done? I'm sure you've got varied bridge contractors you can reach out to, and perhaps they also have their own engineer that we don't have to pay that outside cost to rehabilitate one of those bridges. That I don't know. Something's got to go. Whether it's not go, but be done, like, with unfortunately cost to our residents.
Yeah.
If I may, in the staff report for structure 55, there was a repair detail attached on a rehabilitation strategy, which could also be extended to bridge 56 also. If making a choice, my priority would be 56 or 55. It's on a concession road. It's in better shape to start with. It's got a better BCI and it has a higher value to our transportation network than 55. 55 is important, but 56 would be more value to us.
Any other thoughts, Jeffrey, please? Or
What have we traditionally spent on bridge capital carried?
Last year's tax levy was the same 507,000 from the tax levy that we put towards bridges. This year, the 44 is an expensive bridge, so we're weighing heavily on using some of that grant money compared to what our actual bridge spend was in 2024. But the tax levy requirement that we're asking for is the same 507,000.
Because I think what Councillor Noon is getting at is that if we're going to get ahead of this bridge problem, we're going to have to spend more. And it's like if we said, for example, we want to set a target of, $900,000 a year every year for the next 30 years, that probably still wouldn't even get the job done. But taking 507 from the levy every year is just getting us further and further behind. So when will we make that awkward and difficult decision that we need to increase our spending on bridges? At budget time or as part of a bridge review mid-year?
I'm thinking when we look at the bridge review, and if it's February, when you do that, then that will provide us that guidance of, okay, we want to get to a 5% tax levy for bridges, or, levy for bridges, or what's the plan? We'll see which ones we're going to have on the closed list and which ones will be slated for repair and rehabilitation. But that then, because we're putting so much of our money into the Bridge 44 this year, unless you wanted to add some more for general sort of pre-engineering of a structure, and add that in. We won't really be able to identify which one until you finish that prioritization. And that's, but we're hoping that would happen sometime in February. And then that would set us up for the 2026 and moving forward with, is it an incremental increase of 100,000 each year for the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? You know, what does that look like based on the structures that you plan to keep open?
Joyce, please.
That 507,000 right now, how much of a tax levy is that currently?
About 3.5.
What would 5% right now look like?
$717,500. So that would be another 210,000.
So to rehabilitate N056, estimated repair costs 300,000. There's no wave like that it could be perhaps less. I know you had talked about working with the county and having our own men kind of work with that. Would that help reduce that cost?
In the end, not significantly, because the county would still bill us for time and equipment. Also, since the offer was initially made, the county actually has a fairly large bridge job, I understand, planned for the Feversham area next year. So it would be very tight in the year before they were able to tackle it. There would be a marginal increase to actually go to an actual contractor, perhaps a design build, since we already have the repair detail, but we can continue with the county, but there's not a significant cost saving with that approach, other than some training for our staff.
Jeff, please.
So, Carrie, we're taking 400 and something out of reserves, 466 out of reserves for this bridge. How much do we have in reserves and how do we get money into that reserve?
So the 466,000 is some of the OCIF funding that we saved from last year, and we're putting towards this year for the Bridge 44. Unless we commit to transferring some into reserve from the tax levy, that was where that money came from, was the unused grant fund that we carried forward.
Doug, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I kind of go along with Councillor Noon's train of thought. I mean, right now, all we seem to be doing is putting bridges in the loser column instead of, we need to win a few of these and get them rehabilitated. It'd be nice to, yes, it's going to cost some money, and yes, I believe the taxpayers realize it's going to cost some money. As they say, the can's been kicked down the road too long, and it's time to start paying the piper. So it'd be nice to get some of these rehabilitations done so that we can actually open some bridges, which would be a positive thing, because how many more bridges are going to end up in that L column in 25? How many do we have that are going to pop up? There's probably a few that you're going to get a call someday that somebody else has broken through. So it'd be nice to start to put some in the win column. So, and yes, it's going to cost money, but it's money that's got to be spent, pay me now or pay me later. So
Madam CEO.
Good morning, thank you. Part of our thought related to this big bridge dilemma was in February, and I know that doesn't solve it immediately, but we are going to have to look at these bridges, as we all know, holistically, and there's going to have to be some big choices made, as well as I would suggest a long-term financing option for how we do this. So rather than continuing to go piecemeal, the thought was, let's look at and make some, I'm going to say some fairly significant decisions related to long-term opens and closures, as well as a significant financing plan. And I know our treasurer's starting to look at that. We are looking at best practices where other jurisdictions, where there's talk about specific tax levies for bridges and culverts, and is that a longer term way to do it? I noted a Google alert that came through for a neighboring municipality recently who only have 70 bridges. And they talked about that they were going to need to win the lottery if they were going to solve the bridge program. And I laughed because I thought, oh, 70, easy. We've got 114. So, it's council's wish if we want to do a one-off this year or doing some repairs. But the idea is in February to look at a long-term financing strategy and choices around which bridges we can afford long-term to maintain and keep open.
I'm gonna go with Tom first, then Joyce. Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. So just a statement. So based on that, if we wait till Feb, I think maybe we're at the crossroads of making a decision that we put some money into reserves. So come February, we'd be in a position to do some work on a bridge that when we determine that would probably, in my opinion, we want to do. I agree with all the conversation, we're getting further behind, but we put some money aside here in reserve. And in February, when we determine which one with the whole program, which one is a priority, this fits within that amount that we put aside, then we could at least get another one done in this budget year coming. Thanks.
I know Madam CEO mentions the piece part of it, but logistically, when it comes February, it's not going to be easy. And then we're going to find that when we do budget for 2026, we're going to already need X amount of dollars. So I think whether we go with what Deputy Mayor Hutchinson just mentioned about putting some money away, that if we can maybe move forward with one of these rehabilitations still next year, we go for it. Or we just bite the bullet and we just pick one today and move forward to get that tax levy increase for bridges.
Jeff?
So I don't know if this captures the mood and tone of the discussion, but I would move that we put $300,000 into a bridge and culvert reserve this year, just to soften the blow of whatever we end up deciding to do in February. I'm sure it won't soften it that much, but our future selves will thank us for having done this this year. Did you get all that in there, Jamie, with the future selves part? And before we vote, I suggest we wait till the deputy mayor is back. Is that allowed?
Oh, we'll have enough conversation and he'll be back. So you're making that as a motion? Need a seconder for that before we move forward. Councillor New. Mr. Hutchison.
Well, 300,000 is a start, but personally, I would like to see us have a budget of $1 million just for bridges going forward. And even that isn't going to cut it. But if you look at, like Bridge 56, as their director mentioned, is one that he would like to get repaired. But if you look at the list, the BCI list, like 56 is way down on the list. It's not even one of the high priority ones. So I think we do need to look at this study coming forward and see what our priorities are. But I agree. like even at $1 million a year towards a bridge, plus then take in all the grant money we get, we're still not going to be able to get ahead of it. But I guess we carry on. So it would be nice if we had a magic pot of money somewhere. Maybe MPAC will help us someday. I don't know. Like there's always that rumor that they're going to maybe make some changes, but yeah, I think I would even be willing to make it more than 300,000 this year, put it into reserve, take a look at our bridge study, and then start moving forward. And if it means some extra money on the levy, I guess that's what we have to do.
Anybody else? Putting the money into reserve, I believe would, be good if we were looking at building that up for future projects, they will pay for them when we have them. But a problem right in front of us with 9 closed bridges. We can put that money into reserve for a rainy day, expecting it to be down here, in a couple of years prepared. We're in the middle of a hurricane right now. So the idea of, just having the money, we'll try and build up a reserve. I think we just got to get more money into the yearly bridge replacement or the yearly bridge repair, capital repair. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think the idea is if we're going to wait for the bridge study in February, but we need to put money aside now so we've got something to work with in 2025 to start the ball rolling and not wait yet another year as the list continues to grow. I think we need to bite the bullet and, as you say, 300,000 to reserves. Yeah, I'm more along the lines with Councillor Hutchison. We need to have $1 million. We need to have money there so that when the bridge study comes out in February, we can, for the most part, kind of hit the ground running with some projects. But we need to have the money there, and I think the taxpayers are realizing that, we do have this bridge problem and it's going to have to be addressed. So it's got to be done. And I would sooner see it done sooner than later to address the money issue.
Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, I agree. That's sort of what I was saying. I'm saying putting the money aside just temporarily until we see where our priorities are. Like I said, our director said bridge 56, but maybe 56, it doesn't come to the top when we look at the results of the study. So, but yeah, putting money into reserve so that we can go forward in the spring, because right now we're not going to probably fix any bridges this time of year. So let's look at doing something next year and just add some money to it. So what that looks like, I'm not sure.
Councillor Shay.
So just to recap for the deputy mayor, I moved that we put $300,000 into bridge reserve. And my thinking wasn't that this $300,000 is going to be like a prize, we're going to have next year that it's going to solve any specific problems. But what it does do is it moves our bridge spending on the levy from 500,000 to 800,000. So 800,000 becomes the new norm. Next year, we say, let's put, we've done the study, we've made a bunch of priorities. We know we've got to bite the bullet. We say, okay, 800,000 isn't enough. It has to be, $1.2 million. So we have to add another 400,000. But we're not adding $700,000 next year to our capital spending. We're adding 400 because we already added 300 this year. So I'm just trying to build up the amount that we're used to spending on bridges. We're used to spending 507,000 on bridges out of the levy over the last couple of years. We know that has to be higher, probably somewhere north of $1 million, but we can get up there over the course of a couple of years, I would suggest. If people want to make an amendment to make that number higher, I would probably get on board, but I'm just trying to explain what my logic was.
Deputy Mayor.
The Mayor Eccles, in a follow-up to Councillor Shea, I think it's very important, though, that the 300 that we're increasing actually goes towards a project and it doesn't get rolled into reserves for a bigger project the following year. It's allocated specifically to perform in that budget or fiscal year. So, you know, we got some that's 250 and that's the priority on our bridge study, then that's where it's going. The other 50 grand gets rolled into the following year. But I want to make sure that, you know, what my suggestion was, and I didn't put a motion forward, but I would like to see it specifically spent within that fiscal budget year on an actual project and not roll into reserves for further or a project down the road. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Further? Go ahead.
So I could make a motion that we.
We've already got a motion on the
Because
floor.
I was out of the room. I apologize.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I
So the
apologize for
motion
that.
on the floor right at the present moment, moved and seconded it, is to add 300,000 to the bridge construction funding. Which for clarification right now sits at 507,000. So that would be rolled in to it. Go ahead.
If I may, Mayor Eccles, is it appropriate to put that wording in that it would be specifically used in 2025 on a project, or just so we're clear that it's not going into reserves for future? With that, I don't like to use the word friendly amendment, but is that just want to, you know, we have that understanding, or if we need to have that in the motion?
I'll look at the clerk and the director of finance. On thoughts for that.
Three miracles. I'll make a comment and then perhaps turn it over to the CAO to add to this. The motion on the floor right now is specifically to include $300,000 in a bridge and culvert reserve in the 2025 budget. So if council wanted to make an amendment to that, it would be changing it from placing it in a bridge and culvert reserve to just including $300,000 in the 2025 draft budget, full stop. I believe to follow up on what CAO had said previously while you were out of the room, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, is that in February of 2025, there will be a fulsome bridge meeting, and perhaps I'll turn to Michelle just to elaborate on that a little bit, just for clarity.
Thank
Madam
you.
CAO?
I do think in February, we're going to have to look at a long-term financing strategy on this, but if the intent, and now I'm going to pass it over to the treasurer, if the intent is to use it in 2025, I would suggest it doesn't need to go into a reserve. It just goes into the budget for an allocation towards an unspecified bridge and or culvert rehabilitation.
Gary? Nodding, yeah.
Yeah, if it goes into reserve, then we'll need a motion once you do your prioritization to pull it out of reserve. If we just leave it in there, as the CAO mentioned, for bridge culvert construction, not identified which one yet. Then once we identify that, the money's there, we wouldn't need that as part of the motion.
Thank you all for your clarity on that.
So Jamie.
So just to follow up and muddy this a little bit further for council's clarification, if council's open to doing a friendly amendment, that's fine. If someone objects to that, though, we would need to go through a formal amendment process in order to change that.
The way the motion is reading right at the present moment, it's to put the 300,000 into reserve. Staff has indicated if that's one is to be used, the best way would be into the 2025 budget. I'm looking at the mover. Are you fine with changing that wording?
My thinking about putting it into reserve is that it would then be available to us after this February discussion. So we could decide in February, yeah, we could decide to pull it then, say we want to spend it on a $300,000 project, in the current year, it's right there. Or we might say, we've got a $2 million bridge that we're going to need to apply this to, we're going to have to fund over a couple of years. That sort of prioritization discussion is going to be in February. I don't think we need to have the discussion about where the money is going to be spent. We know we're not going to have any trouble spending money on bridges. So I wanted to leave the February council as much leeway as possible to decide how to move forward. That's why I was suggesting to put it into a reserve.
Okay. You're very good. Leave the motion the way it is. The only difference on that is that if it goes into reserve, council will have to have a motion to pull it out after the February discussion as to which project it goes to, which keeps Jamie gainfully employed if we do that. Okay. It is kind of a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. A little, maybe slightly less cumbersome if it went the other, but it's fine this way. Okay. So that was the way the motion is. Any other discussion on it? Of adding the 300,000 in to a reserve for the 2025 levy. Councillor Townsend, good.
Again, just wondering if the 300,000 is enough. Where would, what's putting 500,000 in compared to 300,000? What's that look like on the levy?
An additional 300,000 gets you to 11.1% tax levy increase. And 500,000 would get you to 12.5% tax levy increase.
The 12.5 would mean that we're not changing anything else. Moving up or going down? I fully agreeable with the motion the way it is. Said for a long time that we need to build that spending up on our bridges and on our infrastructure, hard infrastructure. I'm just not as comfortable going forward again this year with the 12.5% increase. So as we move forward, our priorities of moving funding into our infrastructure, my suggestion is I'm going to be looking for some places to bring this back. As of today, so far, we haven't made many cuts. We've only made additions. To bring that back, to spend what we have and what the ratepayers are going to give us, I think we got to find some things that are of a less priority. My thoughts. No other questions or comments? The motion on the floor is at 300,000. No other comments on that portion? We'll call the question. All those in favor? Don't need to ask any that are opposed because all were in favor. We started out, the budget was about 9%. Now we're at 11.1. Okay. The 350 or the 300,000 on the estimated costs, are those doing things the way we've always done? Repairs to bridges in that motion? Or are there other technologies out there that for 20,000 pre-engineering and whatnot we can find that are more cost effective? Director Aiken.
So the 300,000 and 350,000 was based on removing the existing asphalt and wooden deck, which most of that's been done on 55, and is simply replacing it with a new wooden deck, essentially 2 layers. The first layer kind of on its side, and then a wearing surface kind of on the flat. I'm aware of other options. I've discussed them with the bridge guys. There was some talk about a sprayed on concrete, but the amount of work we'd have to go to with those 2 steel structures to make something like that work didn't help us cost wise. However, actually, when we're ready to spend 300,000, we will absolutely consider all options, especially if there's anything outside of the box that will let us do more with that 300,000. But right now, it's essentially a wooden deck on a steel structure.
Okay. That's it for bridges. The next one, we'll go through this one and then I believe it's engineering design. A lot of engineering stuff in here. It must be a lot of consultant work. Sell me on that idea, Carrie or Jeff.
So the, what we have in there for engineering is the approaches on Glenelg Road 23. It's a county bridge on a lower tier road. It is a large construction project. Should that move forward, we would need 1.2 million this year and 1.2 million next year. That has not been included in here. Again, that's $1.2 million that we don't have. So seeking council direction, whether we continue with the county pre-engineering the approaches at this point, or if it's not a priority for council to advise the county of such.
Councillor Hutchison.
So a couple of questions come to mind with this one. First of all, is the county looking at doing something in the near future with that bridge? Is it in their plans to right away?
Director.
So in the 2024 budget, there was $100,000 set aside for engineering on Glenelg Road 23, as the county had proposed to issue a construction tender in 2025 for the bridge itself. The goal of the project was to address some issues with the vertical and horizontal alignment. They're not good. So the county was going to bring the bridge up and we were going to come down with the road. At that point, we were not anticipating the consultant providing a $4 million estimate for construction. Right now, our share is close to 50% over 2 years. So $1 million per year for 2 years for the project. The county is aware of those numbers. The county is aware that we're concerned about it. I don't think the county's had a budget meeting yet, so I'm not sure that they've actually passed that construction budget, but that's the number in front of us today. If you want to proceed, they anticipate if they're going to continue, the tender would be ready February, March, but I don't think they were prepared for a $4 million ticket item, and truthfully, neither was I.
So my other thoughts with that is at one point there was some discussion about the local gravel pit company wanting to take the gravel out of that road. So is that still the plan that they would take gravel, lower the road And would that not help us with some of the costs if we were allowed to get some monies from that gravel?
The gravel on the road actually belongs to West Gray. So part of the engineering investigation is a geotechnical investigation to estimate the quantity of gravel there and the ability to crush it and turn it into granular A, which we have discussed with the county. Crush it on site or haul it to our pit, which is literally right next door, and crush it there and have gravel for the project. Technically, there'd still be an invoice changing hands, but you're not going to get $2 million worth of gravel out of the road. We don't have a final estimate yet, but I can guarantee you it's not $2 million.
Councillor Nunn, Joyce?
Oh, thank you. You had mentioned there was 100,000 or yeah, 100,000. I'd be saying that wrong. A pre-engineering set aside in 2020 for this year. Was that used already for that that study?
Yes, the county issued a request for proposals back in May. Safe Roads was hired through the county, and our share of that is for 2024 is the full amount in our budget, and that's to get right up to and including a full tender package and what would have been our share of contract and site inspection over the course of construction.
Further, go.
So now this 50,000 is over and above this. This is now another entity of a study needed for that rehabilitation or, well, replacement.
No, what happens when there were 3 firms that bid on the job. The cheapest one was more than the 100,000, but the actual scope of work that could be completed in 24 was 100,000, and that 50,000 is an upset limit of what would be required to finish the project. If we want to stop at the tender stage, there'd be a little less than 50,000. But if we continued through to the end of construction, that would be the upset limit for to complete the engineering and do contract and site inspection.
So if you're ready to go to tender, I would think that all the pre-engineering would have been completed. I'm just confused here with what's been spent, what needs to be. The process, I just don't understand that part of it.
It's not anticipated for the design to be complete to prepare a tender until February 2025.
But yet you're giving an estimation already what the construction cost would be. I would think that without having the actual tender, that's not a realistic number. It could be more, it could be less. So it's very hard for budgeting when things aren't black and white.
You have a valid point. However, if council did want to proceed with the project, we did ask the consultant doing the design work to give us a number to put in the budget. So for example, we didn't want to put in 100,000 and find out it should be $1 million, or the other way around, right? We wanted to come with as realistic of a number as possible. When we asked the consultant for that, the county asked them for the same purpose. And I believe this is a standard approach to estimate a number if we don't actually have a contract issued and a solid number. This is our best guess of what construction will cost.
And it is based on those engineering estimates. That's what they're seeing in the field. So it is, while it's not accurate, like a hard number, it is based on engineering estimates of construction costs for the type of work that is anticipated to be done there.
Go ahead, Doug. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. So kind of tying this back to the bridges section above where we've just put another 300,000. So we're putting about 800,000 aside every year And this project alone is going to take 1.2 for the next 2 years. So we're behind the ball on bridges before we even start our own bridges. Yeah, so yeah, it's just yeah, I don't know how we're gonna win with this one, as you say, without buying lottery tickets. So
A number of years ago, we had the Director of Finance look at that about buying lottery tickets. Apparently, the municipality is not eligible to be buying lottery tickets.
What's it?
Yeah, yeah. Going back to Councillor Hutchison's, the $4 million estimate on doing the approaches and the road work, I'm taking it would be from Gray Road 12 down to, it'd be getting close to the concession. Is that the 8th? 8th of Gunnell?
Yeah, initially when we tried to flush out a scope of work for the project, it was very clear from concession or from Gray Road 12 to the bridge. That was fairly self-explanatory. The question was, how far south do you need to go when you raise the bridge up to get to the match line? So initially, the scope was right to concession 8. With the high level estimate of 4 million, we're able to stop. There's a match line north of concession 8, but not that far. It does take the bulk of the concession to get the right horizontal and vertical alignment with a 70-kilometer-hour posted speed limit.
But further to Councillor Hutchison, there was at one time with the pit owners that are right there. So I'm taking it that in the the $4 million, it's removing the aggregate that's there and processing it would be in that $4 million.
The actual material cost to remove it and crush it is in there. The part that we would have to sort out, that aggregate actually belongs to West Gray. So if we wanted to use that towards the project to offset some of our costs, we'd have to negotiate that with the county, but that is an option in front of us, and we have floated that with the county that is gravel an option for payment here.
Or as secondary, you have the private sector, the pits that right there, remove that gravel themselves, and you take that right out. It may be a nominal amount, a few $100,000 in actual pit run gravel that we sell to the aggregate, but they have to get it out of there on their timeline and their dime. And that would remove $1 million, $1.3 million from the project, $1.5 million.
So right now, we estimate there's about 113,000 tons of gravel. And we've discussed those options with both the county and the engineer to try and put a number to it. But right now, it's just a straight $4 million cash. And it has not considered what the offsetting revenue to us might be for doing one of those versions, right? Either crushing it right there on the job site and using it, or taking it to our pit, crushing it and selling it.
Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, so the thing I'm not clear about is whether the county's even willing to go forward with this project, given that they haven't set their budget yet, and I don't know if this has even been a discussion lately. So maybe we're spending time talking about something that may or may not even happen. The other thought that came to mind is, using a pun, maybe they would bridge finance some of this for us. I don't know if that's a possibility, but maybe the county would help us with some financing if that was the case. I don't know, but maybe we're not even there yet. So.
Councillor Shea.
So still getting my head around this a little bit. So it's a county bridge, but the approaches are ours. And so if the bridge gets replaced, the approaches have to be redesigned. And the approaches alone are a $4 million project?
The bridge and the roadwork all in is a $4 million project with the estimate of our share being 2 million and then 2 million for the bridge. And then they're estimating it would take 2 years of construction. So our share is a little over $1 million per year for construction.
And do we have to agree to the project happening, or can the county just unilaterally say, we're doing it in this year? You guys have to pay up.
I've never run into that scenario where we've been at a difference where we can't afford to do it. Then I don't know. We'd have to get back to you on that.
The reason I ask is, oh,
I would wager if they were looking for funding from us, they would need us as a willing partner. Otherwise, they would be taking on the cost and funding the approaches themselves and not recouping it from West Gray. I don't think they can force us to go forward. If they want funding from us, they would need to have us upfront agree to that, and probably formally in a motion in writing, something like that. This is a big one, but I'm sure, the bridge, because it doesn't have the volume of a county road, it's on a lower tier road. It is an anomaly. The bridge may have 10 years of life still in it. But it may not be a priority for the county, but if they were looking to us for funding, I would say they can't force us. They would just move on to another project.
so I sort of feel like we should discuss this bridge in our February discussion. This bridge isn't on our list. But I think we have to put it on our list and say, it's a priority, but not for the next 10 years. And then communicate that to the county that, we have, 9 other bridges that we have to do before we can contribute to this project. So I think I don't think we have to have any further discussion about this until we have our discussion in February.
Just for a point of clarity, it's not our bridge. This is road work only. The bridge is owned by the county.
For a 2025 budget, at the present moment, you've got $50,000 in here for engineering on the approaches. This might be one of the times where we really bite the bullet and say, we're not going to do the engineering for the approaches because we've got no money to do. Yeah, that's great to have the engineering, but we've got no money to do the project for the next 10 years anyway. So, and in 10 years' time, we'd have to redo the engineering anyways, because the engineer won't stand behind it after it's sat on the shelf for 10 years. I'm going to, just before we go any further on this, a couple of councillors have even asked, we've been at this for almost 2 hours now. A break may be in place. So I'm going to take a recess for, what do we got? Let's come back at 11 o'clock. Order. All right. Thank you, everybody, for the long needed break. So coming back, we finished, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to introduce a motion that we take that 50,000 out for the engineering approaches to County Bridge on Glen Elg Road 23. Delete that from the 2025.
All right. Councillor Noon will second that. Any other conversations on that motion? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right. Anything else there? Deputy Mayor. Oh,
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you to our Director Aiken. So just Victoria Street, it's base coat. So this, you're talking the base coat, like the single surface treatment on that, but we're still doing, like after we do the base this year, before the year end here, this is just the over and above is what you're, is that what that is around?
That would be asphalt, yes.
Okay, so thank you. So all right, we're doing the base coat is what we said, or we'll call it the base infrastructure, just rehabilitating that part of the road there with the fact that there's, future development coming. So I just wanted your clarity on that. Thank you.
We have actually received drawings of a proposed subdivision on Victoria Street, so I would hold off on doing any road work on Victoria till that is settled.
Other than what we agreed in last year's budget and the year before to remove that structure there and to put a better base in for that from what is it? Anyways, to the last house to start there at that corner, I forget the name of it. I apologize. But we're doing that work as the 2024 budget.
Yep, locates came in, so if it's still council's wish to do that, then yes, it can still be done.
Okay. Okay, I just thought that was approved in this year's budget, so it has to come back for approval, what you're.
No,
Okay.
yeah,
Just for
it's still,
clarity,
it's still on the budget and it's still on our radar, absolutely.
Thank you for clarity. I wanted to make sure it was crystal clear on what you're asking for. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Doug, sorry, Councillor Hutchison.
Can we jump back up to a couple of items that we just sort of skipped over? Just a couple of comments. Engineering design to on Durham Road East, Kincardine East 900 meters. So was that, and it's not in, it's there potentially 12,000. Was that for the storm sewer sidewalk engineering and design? Is that what that was for? Ask the director.
That would be to finish the Durham Road East project and bring that entire profile up to a typical urban profile, which would include curb, gutter, storm sewer, sidewalk, and some miscellaneous water main and sanitary repairs. But that is to the bulk of the engineering is complete because it had to be complete to estimate the size of the storm sewer initially. So the $12,000 that's in there is when you're prepared to authorize that project, that's what it would take to get to a point to actually finalize a formal tender and run the tender process and get a contractor in place.
So, but that's not actually, so that's just engineering. So do we know the actual cost of what that would cost to bring that up to standard?
we have a high level estimate in the $1 million neighborhood. Part of that $12,000 in preparing the tender document would be to finalize that number based on whichever year we're doing it, and what actual construction costs are in that fiscal year.
Right, and that, in order to do that, that's sort of tied to the development, the Bruce development, is it not? Given that supposedly they were gonna go forward this fall, but doesn't look like that's necessarily gonna happen.
We don't necessarily have to tie it to Bruce. We could make a decision to proceed when we're ready to do so.
Okay, thank you. Another item right there that had to do with the signalized crossing on engineering, Gary Fraxa and Jackson Street. So this is for, that was 37,600. That was just for the engineering to potentially put a crosswalk at those two locations. Is that correct?
That is all the information you need to formalize to submit a request to the MTO to have signalized crosswalks added to our connecting link. There was a discussion at council previous in the year, and I think there was a reference to Mount Forest. We do get some crosswalks were added there. We use the same engineer and we follow the same process that was done there. So if you wanted to look at those two intersections and signalize them, that's what it would cost to get to the point where we'd have to get approval to do so.
So again, that 37,000 is not the actual cost of doing it. That's just the engineering part of it, right?
Let's just get to a point where we have permission to do it.
Okay, thank you. I do think just, Mayor, I do think that it's important, especially the Gare Fraxa one. I'm not so sure at the Jackson Street whether there's really the traffic to warrant that. Maybe we need to put in a crossing guard, but the Gare Fraxa Street signalized crossing, I think someone mentioned during the Halloween event that it was crazy, people trying to cross at that corner of Jackson and Gare Fraxa. And it is a very, very busy spot. So I would really like to see us get that done sometime, but obviously this isn't going to work in this budget, but it is, I think, a high priority.
So is it at Jackson and Gare Fraxa that's the problem, or Jackson and Sadler? Or Jackson, or Gare Fraxa and South? Gare Fraxa and Sadler, which would be at the corner of Foursquare Gospel service station and the restaurant and laundromat. Yeah.
Yeah, Sadler.
Yeah. Jeffrey.
If we were only going to envision doing the one that Councillor Townsend or Councillor Hutchison was talking about, would it be half the amount then?
I believe it would be about half the amount, yes.
Well, I would move that we include half of the recommended amount then and sort of dip our toe into the signalized crosswalk waters. The one that Doug was talking about. Sadler.
That should be just a third because there's Jackson, South and Sadler, so that'd only be a third. No.
There was a
three.
So last year when we approached this, it was more about $100,000 because initially we were going to look at every single intersection of Gare Fraxa and the connecting link. When we were putting this together, the feedback was very clear in Jackson, but there was mixed comments on if it should be South Street or Sadler. So the idea would be if you'd approved the 37, then the follow-up question would be, is it Sadler or is it South Street? But I'm hearing Sadler, so we would follow up on Sadler Street then.
That's your motion, Mr. Shea.
I would let staff determine if it was South or Sadler, but just one. We just want one,
Okay.
I think, for the time being.
For clarity and through you, Miracles, I have that in consideration of the 2025 draft consolidated operating and capital budget. Council direct staff to include $18,800 in the 2025 draft budget for engineering for a signalized crossing at Garifraxa and Sadler Street. Does that capture?
Excuse me, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Seconded by Councillor Hutchison. So I'm gonna ask, there was something said about crossing guards. So if we have the signalized crossing, and that's where a crossing guard is, would we continue it? Would there be the continuous need for a crossing guard there? Nobody's an expert on crossing guard placement. If we're putting the signalized crossing in to satisfy flow, do we need a crossing guard there? We certainly don't have one at the main street or at the main corner of 4 Lambton and Garifraxa. You're putting in this for a safety reason on a continuous basis. You need the crossing guard. I guess my point is, we've always talked about having, or have talked in the last couple of years with the development at the top of the hill and the Catholic school and Jackson. That's why we were even looking at this point in time. Leave it there. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. And you're going to have to look at South Street at some time, which is the Tim Hortons corner, with the road getting pushed through there for the new Rockwood. All the kids at that end of town, I know there's a lot cross at that corner also. And with that street being bumped, opened up to go to the new Rockwood, you're going to have a lot more traffic and pedestrians on that street, and you might have more pedestrians and stuff too from Rockwood coming down to Foodland or whatever. So there's a few hot spots in town, but if you put in one automated one at Sadler and Garifraxa, maybe you move the crossing guard down to South for the kids. Just a thought.
Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and I'll just throw one more onto that. Is a lot of requests in 8 and at D going up towards the Normanby School, so I'll just throw that out there as well. There's a lot of demand up that way, down that way.
Thanks for Dom's corner. Yeah. Railroad 3 and Main Street. Further, Councillor Hutchison.
So there are no crossing guards in Ayton now? Okay,
No.
I'm not sure why not. I guess cost, but something to look at for sure.
Anything else? Further.
I know we're trying to get through this budget, but I really like to have some clarity on the mayor's question is, we go through with this, we're spending that money, and if it still needs to have a crossing guard there, is it just a waste of our funds right now? I'd like to know the answer to that question. If you still got to source that, and I don't think anybody had the answer. We looked around the room.
Michelle. please.
Thank you. If I may suggest, obviously, I think I'd like to talk to our police chief about that. He's probably got some intel that would help guide the discussion. If I'm hearing correctly, it sounds like it is council's wish to explore the signal for crossing. If we weren't specific on which location, it could be one or the other within the downtown Durham area. We could come back with a report on this if you want to earmark funds for this piece, and we could come back with a fulsome report on what that would look like and where it would make most sense to utilize our crossing guards and explore this option.
could your motion be adjusted to accommodate that? Mr. Shea? Doug?
So are we presuming that we're talking, the report would come back to us for this budget?
I would suggest if council wants to approve it as an addition to this budget, we will come back on a recommendation on where it would be most beneficial to do that study.
Jim?
So Three Miracles, just seeking clarity, are we doing a friendly amendment for that? If no member of council objects, then that would be sufficient. Otherwise, we'd have to go through formal process.
Looking to the mover and seconder, they seem to be okay with it. Is there any other? Nobody else has any concerns with that friendly amendment? You want to read it out as you've got it amended?
Certainly through you, it's simply now council direct staff to include $18,800 in the 2025 draft budget for engineering for a signalized crossing within the town of Durham.
Okay. No further comments? Gonna call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The single and double surface treatment, 410,000 we have in there, is our regular maintenance, or is that any new roadways being double surfaced?
There would be a mixture of those that would, existing ones that would receive a single lift, and then based on traffic counts, there will be various concessions, well, probably one concession that would receive a double lift based on traffic count.
Concession, Unilock Road, concession 6 to Crawford. Excellent.
That would be the entire budget right there if we were to do that one. I think the traffic counts at that point don't warrant surface treatment, but probably we're getting closer to looking at asphalt when we go to do Unilock.
Joyce.
Thank you. I know at one time, single, which is classified as your surface treatment, like terms, used to be under maintenance, which would have been a ongoing operational cost. So at some point it was put over to capital. I don't know if it has to do with asset management, but I would have thought then that would have always been embedded somewhere in our budget without having to rely on a tax levy or funding for it. I just wanted some clarification. When did all this happen? Like, shouldn't that just be built right into our taxes so that we don't have to budget this every year?
Carrie?
Yep, it has been, but as council has made decisions each year, the funding gets moved back and forth. Bridges, no bridges. So yep, when we moved it from operations to capital, there was a shift. But this is where we are at today.
So with that shift, that money didn't carry over into like a reserve per se. It was just,
Spent
it
every year.
probably reduced the operational cost, but increased
Capital. Yeah,
capital.
yeah, and it was spent every year, just like we're spending it in this budget.
How much did it get reduced coming from operational over to capital?
That I'd have to look back and see what amount, but when it first moved over, it was, if it was 300,000, it moved 300,000 into the capital side. But depending on the projects that you do in any given year, that's how it shakes out.
Jeff?
Does it have to be capital to qualify for that grant?
Yes, yeah.
And I see that there's 430,000 in that grant. But that's only taken 410 and
Yes, that's correct. Gives us a $20,000 inflationary cost.
Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you to Director Aiken. So is there like an estimate? We used to have an estimated how many kilometers we did of hard service and other. Is there an average kilometer that this covers? Blended, of the two?
So what will happen is in the spring, we'll do a road tour and pick our worst roads for the single asphalt. And we'll try to leave enough money to do at least one concession of double asphalt where the traffic count warrants it. So almost when we get the tender, you have to kind of work backwards to figure out what we can make fit.
So we're thinking we're still in an inflationary, even though petroleum products seems to be a glut of it right at the present moment. We're not sure that how many kilometers we can get done with this. Or would we be better to say that we'll keep the 410 in? And we can, with the prices that we get in this shortly, we'll be able to do more kilometers.
I'd like to leave it in, and if we can get a break on the petroleum product, on that adjustment, that would be great.
I think Deputy Mayor's question was at 410,000, how many kilometers are we looking at out of the 385 kilometers of hard surface road we have?
If I can get 5 all in, I think we've done something pretty good. Although that's nowhere near what we need to do, but it's better than nothing.
Joyce?
Single surface, I believe, has always been around the 20 kilometers a year.
That's our goal, but we've never, in my time here in the couple years leading up to it, no, you've done 20 kilometers of surface treatment in a year. Although that would be a good goal.
Okay. And of course, there's always new technologies out there. We don't continue to do it the way we've always done it because that's just always the way we've done it. That was a comment more for the CEO, in case you were wondering, Jeff. Okay. And I guess that was a little bit facetious because we did do a project with the municipality of Minto a number of years ago. That was before you were here. I had taken the job, Director Aiken, where it was an oil and sand base on the base line from 89. I can see Councillor Noon, some of her experience. And I don't think we've ever used that. It was the only time that it was used. It was what called alligatoring on that surface. Put the sand down and put oil on it, and it wasn't a tar and chip. It was just sand and oil. I happened to be over it a couple of times in the last week, and that has held up very well. I just, it's one of those options out there. Yes, we've used from MSO or Duncor, but I know that they didn't do that project, and I just wondered where that technology and expertise went. So we may be able to get back to doing 20 roads if we did something different. I'll let you follow up on that, Councillor Noon. Thank you. All right. Anything else in there? No concern with the $500,000 on South Street?
that's finishing off some of the underground work and that in the road work that we need for Rockwood Terrace. Then you'll see there's that, it's sort of that combined section, South Street, there's the Durham Storm Sewer of the 62, and then in the water and sewer, there's also a portion, so it's a combination of the underground and the surface work to finish that servicing component for the flow of water from the Rockwood Terrace.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, through you to Director Mines. I think that would complete our part that we said we would do. Is that full amount, or does that carry on to one more year? 'Cause I think this is the end of it, isn't it?
I think so, Jeff, wasn't this the final year? 2025 will be the final year for that, or no, is there more?
No, it's 2 years.
So the 2 years is 24 and 25.
There you go.
End of 26. The other one that doesn't have anything in there, but it's a stormwater and it's not in yellow, so I'm just wondering, stormwater, the Durham Creek NTAC funding. But there's nothing there. Is that something that's happened, or?
So there is a potential funding application due in January. Initially, I was thinking we did have a report prepared by SVCA on the Durham Creek. Most of the conclusions and recommendations financially were not actionable, but there was some comments on some of the existing culverts and the creek itself. So initially, we were trying to work with SVCA and the consultant that prepared the report. Is there a way to take some of your simpler and financially cheaper conclusions and recommendations about the creeks and the culverts and flip it into a funding application for that intact insurance? It looks like it's more for storm sewers and sump pumps and adding battery backup or rain gardens. So as of yet, we have not found a way to flip any of the recommendations in the report into a funding application. We're continuing to follow up on that, but neither SVCA nor the consultant were overly optimistic on the success of that. They would rather focus doing more mapping, and I think we need to solve problems before we take on any more mapping.
So if there is some of that at this budgeting time, would we not put something in there, and obviously dependent on funding, where it would come from? It wouldn't be out of the levy, is what you're saying. So is it $10,000 and $10,000 coming from funding? If the funding doesn't come, but if it's not even in the budget, how we are doing it, Carrie?
And if we apply for funding, then we need council approval at that time.
Or if we just put it in now and dependent on the funding, if we get it, it's red tape that we wouldn't have to go through with Jamie at a council meeting someday into the future. Trying to make your life easier, Mr. Eckensweiler. Michelle.
Thank you. On that note, and listening to Director Aiken's comments, sometimes you don't always get funding for us exactly what you hoped it would be. So maybe, but we all know we run into tight deadlines sometimes for turning around funding applications and the requirement for some level of matching funds. So council, we're looking at that. Maybe it could be for infrastructure improvements, a grant matching some kind of money in the budget, so that would allow us to expedite any kind of applications. We could still bring forward a report saying we're going to ask to use that X amount of dollars in a matching grant for A, B, and C, so we keep you apprised of it. But it gives us a little more flexibility than being beholden to simply one thought process.
Okay, Jeff. Have we seen that report? The Saugeen Valley report?
They have finished it, but I don't believe they presented it to council. They've been invited to. They've had some changing in staffing, so that's still a request outstanding, but yeah, it's complete.
So we might see it someday. But you were talking about some of the recommendations were not actionable because they're just way too expensive, I presume. But of the ones that you would characterize as potentially actionable, what sort of dollar figures are we looking at? Kevin mentioned 10,000, but I think he was just making that up.
What's interesting about the Durham Creek project, you could actually divide up the project into smaller manageable projects over a 5-year window per se, and you maybe could keep them down to 50,000 at a time, right? You could look at some culvert replacement, right? You could look at cleaning out some of the creek. You could look at doing another culvert. So you could break this down into smaller projects.
I would be happy to see something like that happen. When would we put that into motion? Would that be something we would do in the upcoming year, or something we should be doing in this budget cycle?
So believe it or not, the answer is not that straightforward. So the line item above it, Sadler Street Storm Sewer. I know you guys weren't talking about it, and I hate raising it since you weren't already flagging it, but there is a problem on Sadler Street. There is some flooding that occurs, and it's a two-pronged problem or a two-pronged solution. The first one is the storm sewer itself. It's likely undersized and the outfall is undersized. That's part of the problem. But where it outfalls into Durham Creek, the creek itself is a bit of a problem. So right now, the request in front of you for Sadler Street is to do the engineering for the storm sewer part. And we're in communication with SVCA on how to move forward with the repairs on Durham Creek and some of the culverts that make up the creek. So our part that we're actually in control of is the storm sewer, and that's more straightforward to resolve. But the creek itself, we need SVCA to be a partner with us on that.
Well, if you're having active conversations with this VCA about this, then I'm happy and confident that, you know, something will come out of those conversations. But I was also thinking in terms of funding, I wonder if climate change remediation funds, maybe at FCM or something like that, might apply to a project like this. I'll just leave that with you.
Good point. All right. Leaving the Sadler Street storm sewer in there. See how that affects some of the issues that flooding issues there. How much the municipality is responsible for that. Anything else?
Are we down to the sidewalk part in there? I just wanted a question about the sidewalk replacement in Ayton.
Yep, we're there.
Is that including the sidewalk going into the school? Because there was discussion about putting a sidewalk there, but then there was some road work to be done or something. Is that in there?
No, this is a follow-up to a staff report I gave you at the end of 2023 about the existing sidewalks within West Grey. Eaton does have some sidewalks that are in poor shape and don't meet the current width criteria. I've been trying to monitor the sidewalk into the school, which I believe is essentially a line painting, to convert that to a proper sidewalk. There is some storm sewer work that would be required. The design work for that started multiple years. I'd say it's dated at least 4 years ago. But that has not finished because it's very difficult to get it to drain correctly. But the intent of that line item is to look at the existing sidewalk infrastructure and repair the ones that received a bad or a very low sidewalk condition index rating, not to create new.
All right. Okay. Anything else on that? Before we go down to water, I see an individual sitting very quietly in the back of the room, as she always does, because she's a librarian. So of course she'd be quiet. I'm going to suggest for Kim's time that we flip out of Public Works. And I think there's a report there from the library starting on page 9. Kim, do you want to come forward, and whether you want to sit beside Carrie? And
Morning.
good morning.
It is still good
It
morning,
is still
right?
morning,
Yeah.
yes, we're doing well.
Yes. Good morning. I wanted to apologize that I was not here in October. So I am here today to answer any questions that you may have on the library budget. I did want to give you a few updates on some great stats that we've had lately. So the library in the past few years have been trying to work on being that cultural hub of the community. And year to date so far, we are up 10% in our visits, and that's across all West Grey library sites. And our new card registration is up by 5%. We've gone and attended 11 community events, reaching just under 1,000 people. So that's us out in the community, talking at the fairs, going to the kindergarten registration, that kind of thing. And our programs, so far, our attendance is up by 17% year to date from last year at this time. So I just wanted to give you a little tip of how we're doing.
Okay. Any questions for Kim? So year over year, somewhere around $30,000 you're asking for more this year than close to that?
Yes, just $32,943 this year is our ask. Plus the 27,756 as our new. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So just slightly under 30,000 new budgeting. Some of that operational will be movement on the grid, a couple of things of that nature will be in that portion of it, but there's 27,000 of additional. Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. Just a question about the staffing, the salary part. So in Ayton, you're increasing the service from 1 hour, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. to 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So what do you have for staff there? Like, is that just in using the staff that's there and just giving them 1 more hour on Saturdays, or how's that working?
Yes, that's what that would be. It would just be increasing that staff member for an hour. So all of our staff actually circulate between all branches. So when that staff member is there, whoever it is, they will just get an extra hour that day.
Ask you, what's your staffing complement now? Yeah, I know full-time, part-time type thing.
We have 2 full-time and 8 part-time, and 3 of those part-time are 5 hours each week.
For future, as your programming increases or expands, climate change will probably make snowshoes redundant. But in that, when or where do you see that you may need more capacity in your programming areas?
So if are you speaking to the spacing that we have?
That would be it.
Durham is at its capacity already. We are using the town hall for some of our larger events already. And we will continue to do that until we can, as a board, discuss next steps on space needs.
Using those types of facilities to their maximum ability should, is complementary. It's not a deterrent. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Shea.
There's some geographical landscaping work being done behind the library by a neighboring property owner, I presume. I don't know, is any of that West Gray property? Or is there any sort of road allowance through there or anything that would give better access to in and out of the library parking lot?
Yes, some of it is West Gray at the back of it. Actually 2 discussion points we've had with the contractor. One, there is a open ditch, which is part of our storm sewer collection system. So we're working on an easement with them. And the other part is, what can we do to make parking better at the parking lot? With the ultimate goal, if we didn't have to worry about money, how could we set the parking lot up at the back to be paved someday if we wanted to do that? So there is some communication going on between us and the developer or contractor.
Go ahead, Doug. Councillor.
Just a question on this is for our director of finance on the revenue side. It says there was $700 approved through development charges, but there's nothing in the 2025 budget. So is there any money in the development charges that could be put towards library?
Yeah, we will be going through the updating the development charges study. So it just depends on what's growth related, but it's usually capital in nature. Books and collections are considered capital. But it wouldn't, development charges wouldn't go towards like staffing or anything like that. It does do studies, or historically has done strategic plan studies, collections, and of course, capital expansions. But it's only the growth related component. So it's not 100% of any of those items, generally speaking.
So there is possibility that there will be some monies coming into that revenue side for 2025.
Yeah, we won't know until the study's complete, what the calculation will show. But
Okay, Councillor Townsend.
Just a question for staff. I know the library has a website refresh in their budget here. And I know the municipality is looking at a website refresh also. And I've asked before if there's, because to say the library has a website, the municipality has a website, the police have a website, the fire's got a website. If there's any way you can bring them all in under one, if that would save all the little branches of the municipality some funds if it was all brought in under one, but I don't know whether staff has an answer for that or a thought.
Three Miracles, it could save some money. I would argue that it probably wouldn't save a lot though, because the library likely has additional add-on programs that still would need to be funded and paid for through their service providers. So while it may save on the design cost and the implementation cost, there still would be a cost associated with the website for the library that wouldn't go away.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I noticed the heat at the Newstead facility is $2,600. Is it currently propane or electric? I'm just thinking with Union, with Enbridge coming in, maybe that would reduce those costs.
It is currently propane and we are in discussion and going to be changing it over to gas once Enbridge gets there.
whenever it goes live.
Yeah.
Might be a bit of efficiencies there, yes. Just for clarification, the stores, there's 500 programs and 6,200 attendees. So that would be is that the average? We only have 12 people attend every program? Or just explain to me how you're running 500 programs. There's got to be something there that I'm not seeing.
So when we submit our stats, which we have to do every year to the provincial government, a program can be my wording is going to be gone, but it can be just something that someone comes in and does, like we do our scavenger hunts in the library. So if they do a scavenger hunt and they're in the building, they have to fill in a document and they have to hand it to us. That is counted as one person attending a program. And if we have book clubs, that's one program, 12 months, so there's 12 programs. So they have their criteria of how we are allowed to add what is a program and what's not a program and how the stats are done. And that's where we're pulling those stats from. And that is given yearly to the provincial government for our funding. And all libraries across Ontario do the same thing.
So if the program is done on a monthly basis, it's 12 programs. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Okay, just before the hammer come down, the action was just about over.
I was on the library board and not
Go
on the
ahead.
library board any longer due to scheduling conflicts, but I just want to say what a good job I think the library is doing, and thanks for all your work, Kim.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That's it. Get out of here. Oh, Counselor Hudson, you're just so close. I'm sorry. I'm trying, Kim. I'm trying. Doug.
So I'm just looking at, at the top, it says it's included in our draft budget. So the 32,000 plus the 27,000 are already included, and I presume that's in operating rather than capital. Yep, that's right.
The 27 is not included yet. Those were new items. The base budget with the 32 was included in your base budget.
Anything else? You know, if you walk out the door, Kim, we can't ask any questions from here on. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Starks. Thanks, Kim. All right. Let's go back to picking on Director Aiken.
Can you extend to
Just
me the
meaning
same
through your
courtesy
mind.
you offered Kim?
We were down through, I think the last one we had was the sidewalks and basically the public works, and now we're down to the water and sewer, Durham and Newstead. Any updates or explanations you think needed there, Jeff?
Not a whole lot. Post Walkerton, most water treatment facilities were equipped with UV units, which includes Durham and Neustadt. 2024, we've replaced one of the two sets in Durham, and Neustadt is 20 plus years old. It's starting to show its age a little bit, so we're proposing that the UV unit in Neustadt be replaced as part of 2025 capital work. As you know, in 2024, the major project was repainting the Neustadt water tower and making substantial repairs to the tower itself. The other part at the tower, there is an opportunity for additional secondary disinfection. It's been there since day one. It gets very low use, but it is very, very old. So through Veolia, they're able to get us some pricing that I view as very, very good. I would view that as a relatively cheap cost for chlorine metering pumps and a chlorine analyzer. The UV disinfection, that is part of our primary disinfection, which is a regulatory requirement. So I want to kind of get out in front of that before it were to malfunction and we'd have a problem. So we can get out in front of that one. And the analyzer and the chlorine metering pumps at the tower is a very proactive approach on our part.
Mm-hmm. Any questions on those two? Or, sorry, three? Durham, oh, sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. So just a general question. So I know it's user fee based, but do we use the same sort of 143.5 to work out a percentage increase for the users through Mayor to Director Mayton?
No, it's much lower. There's only like in Newstead, you have 250 accounts. In Durham, 1,300 accounts. So it's a different basis. They are becoming heavily debt ridden, which is the nature of the beast with it, because the water sewer projects are very expensive. So hopefully we'll get to a point, we'll have the borrowing in there, and then we could ride it out for a bit until the next spike in construction. But they are facing some big ones right now.
Okay, so that's, thank you, Director Mayton. I guess that's what I was kind of cautious about. And, you know, yes, we have to do the infrastructure, absolutely respect and support that. But I was just curious, you know, they're going to get a substantial increase at that end too. And then we're looking at the tax, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to always keep that in the back of my mind there, because the user fees, I'm a little skeptic, so it doesn't affect me, but I just, be interested to see what that percentage is on an increase.
And
Per
we will-
month.
Yeah, we will need to bring forward an update to our bylaw for the water sewer rates. Newstead in particular has started to slip a little bit. So we just need to reevaluate where some of them stand. There is a bit of growth happening in the Durham one, so it kind of helps. But it's just, but that'll be a separate bylaw that we'll bring forward.
Thank you. And I just think I think something like that, though, I think we need to make sure that we're constantly reminding them of, service, potential service failures is what drives us towards doing this, and the enhancements, and, just so people can kind of set up their budgets accordingly. I think I read this as there's going to be some substantial increases across, but, thank you. You've answered my question.
Jeffrey, go ahead. Under Durham Water, there's an item for Rockwood Terrace. So that cost gets distributed to all the users on the system. Is it not a specific to Rockwood sort of cost? Should not they be bearing that?
So while we've labeled it Rockwood Terrace, it's actually the South Street portion. Rockwood is included, it's covering the cost for their property frontage on theirs, but it's the downstream bit on South Street that we needed to upgrade. So it's our portion of the benefit of that. Just benefiting the Rockwood users on that extension from South Street. That's also benefiting all the existing users as well.
Well, it's not benefiting the users on, say, Jackson Street or Bruce Street.
The system, existing system users, if you will. I never cross some of the gravel roads either, but I pay for them, right? Like it's but it's so it's just the benefit for the new Rockwood development. While we labeled it that, they're paying for their share of the on-property costs for the new sewer line, for the new road in that development there. This is outside of that we're upgrading the size of the underground servicing in order to be ready for that capacity, plus all the capacity from the top of the hill that drains downward into the whole system.
Yes, go ahead, Doug. Councilor.
Yeah, so, and to further with that, so this work that we're doing in the Rockwood area, eventually, whether Grey County does some housing or whether we end up getting involved or a private developer, will recoup some of that cost when they start hooking into their water and sewer system, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah, there'll be new connection fees every time whether it's an infilled lot or if it's Park Street development, any of those. But yeah, there is connection fees that help to pay for some of these capital upgrades as we're building capacity into the system.
So the $2 million West Grey share for this upgrade and whatnot, does that include the new well that we're promoting there? Like doesn't show it anywhere there.
No, the well is not included there. The drilling of the well itself is included in the 2024 budget. The well driller is currently on site. Should be complete drilling the well in the next week or two, followed by pump testing before the end of the year. The well itself is not in the 2025 budget. It's in the 2024 budget.
Go ahead, Joyce.
I apologize, but what's the acronym for HEWS?
It's the Housing Enabling Water System Fund. I think that's what it is.
Okay. And that's a fund, so that's revenue coming in. That's not an expense. thankfully it is there as the revenue was coming from the fund. Okay. Anything else? Just so I'm remembering the connection in the water, connection from the new well, the piping and everything that was put in when South Street was done. So that's not a factor in the 2025 budget.
No, that was part of the earlier works contract with the county. So the raw water main from the well, almost to the pump house, plus a conduit for an electrical supply from the pump house, a conduit for communications, and a spare conduit will all run as part of the previous contract.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else there? Okay. Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, a question which sort of goes from the water, but it jumps back to the road part. Like when we talk about South Street in general repair work and so on, is that including any work that has to do with water sewers, like on the old South Street? Before we get into the new development, is that part of this funding that you talked about in the public works side of it? Road work, contingency, general. Is that part of that?
Jeff?
So I believe you're talking about the lines that are kind of shaded in green. There's a mixture there of Rockwood Terrace, and our share is repairing our old aged infrastructure so it will function with what's occurring there. So there is some work occurring down towards Queen Street and the outfall also to ensure that it functions correctly.
But there's no monies in there for upgrading South Street from, say, what's that, Elgin, or no, Albert to Highway 6. That's not included in there.
The old section.
The old section.
The old section of Bill Street.
Yeah.
The current section.
Like there was talk about sidewalks and upgrading that section.
Yeah, so essentially it's divided out over 2 years. So some of it is in 2025 and some of it will be in 2026.
The levy impact of any of the water and or the next one on sewer, those are a user pay. There's a capital charge. Does that look after any of that loan? Is there enough coming forward in the Newstead and or in the Durham one to cover off that portion of it if we have to borrow some money?
Yeah, there's a capital, what we call a capital and financing charge is one of the components on the water bill. So we will take a review of that just to make sure that it's still sufficient. It may need to be, I'm anticipating a small increase just to make sure that it doesn't fall too far behind. But it has been able to finance either the existing capital work or the borrowing costs for financing that.
Yep. Okay. Anything else on the water? I have been informed lunch is here. I'm not sure how hot it is, but there's a possibility it might be. So I'm going to suggest that we break and see if we can be back at 12:45. Does that work? not looking for agreement. I'm just telling you what's gonna happen. Okay, we'll take a break for lunch and return at 12:45. Okay, thank you. Okay, we good there, Ash? Is the deputy mayor? He is on? Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order then. Council is here. We left with the water. And the next thing, Jeff, Director Akins, was the sewer total. Work there on that. Is there any updates on that? As we were digging, we found a pot of gold and you can cover off all these expenses.
I wish, and worse yet, whenever we've had a problem in my career, I've never been able to dig one hole and fix all the problems. There's never been a smoking gun. So not only did we not find a pot of gold, you seldom find all the problems in one easy spot too.
Well, on that positive note. Okay. Any questions on what we have there on the sewer? Most of that work this year, obviously from the numbers, is on the Durham system. Enbridge hasn't hit any lines or anything like that in Newstead to cause any problems down there as of yet.
So far, overall, the project has gone quite well. There have been two relatively minor concerns voiced by residents that were quickly and easily addressed by Enbridge and their construction crew, AECOM. It's gone quite well. I'm very pleased with how that project's going.
Excellent. Say the same for the underground drilling and whatnot that ATEL is doing in our other urban center. No comment is necessary, Jeff. Any other questions? Just one manhole improvement program. Is that just lifting some of those that have sunk, or justification?
It's a combination of things. Yeah, it'll be adjusting some that have sunk or aren't level. If we're finding some that have a significant amount of inflow and infiltration, which would have a negative impact on our sewage capacity, there's an effort made to either reline it from the inside or make some sort of repair from the outside. It's usually more than simply a repair. There's a local contractor we use that has a spray-on application meant for waterproofing. It doesn't provide any structural, but it does help us with inflow and infiltration. So it's a proactive approach by staff to watch for negative impacts at the sewage plant.
Okay. And one other question that I have is the GO2 pilot project. There's no expense, there's no user fees, there's nothing in there.
Yeah, so what's happening there is we've talked about it for a few years. The material is finally arriving. As we talked about when I presented my sewage report, it's essentially to try and find a cheaper solution to handle sludge from the Durham sewage plant. But for us, because we don't have an additional exterior building that is heated with a heavy tint, can we generate enough heat to use the GO2, which is essentially taking liquids out of the clarifier and trying to get it down to just a solid material and bleeding the liquid back to the headworks of the plant. So in our case, the success of the pilot project will be what happens over the winter. So it'll be up and running by the end of the month, and it'll be what happens between now and Easter. And if it's successful, which is where staff have gone to an awful lot of work to try to set us up to be successful, you will see a request next year to start moving towards a permanent solution, and it'll get away from the trucking or it'll reduce and minimize the trucking hauling costs to Listec, which is our current way of disposing of sludge. And part of that problem right now, if we can get it up to 2% solids, we've done something pretty good. With the geotube, if you make it big enough, you just keep letting the liquid come out of it until you get it to whatever solid content you want, at which point we can get it solid enough that it'll pass the slump test and could potentially be landfilled. So there's a couple win-wins here for us, and it's our effort to try and find a more economical way to handle sludge. But it's a pilot project that we're finally ready to actually put in motion.
Very good. And that would certainly, from a trucking standpoint, Dundalk would be a significant cost savings for the system itself.
That is ultimately our expectation, is to try to control that cost.
Okay, any other questions on sewer? Then I guess we're down to landfill, environmental services. Any questions on that? There fencing and netting, the Bendick landfill. Much more of that. I thought we had already done some.
You're correct. We did do some in 2023. It's not near enough. There is a section near the back of it that runs essentially north-south, and a small section east-west that was done, but litter is still blowing onto the neighbor's property. We did make the request in 2024, but because of budget restraints, we did not approve that expense. So we want to start the program again in 2025. Essentially, we kind of want to work on I'm going to call it the northeast quadrant, where it butts a property owner and we're having a debris issue. The installation of the fence, once we got the bottom of it buried, has actually made an improvement on what's happening there. The neighbors being very gracious, but he does remind us a couple of times a year that there is a problem, and we do organize a staff day where the bulk of the public works crew goes out there and spends the day picking up litter off other people's properties. This is an effort we have to figure out a way to control it, and this is a way to go about it that actually is viable for us.
Any other questions on that? Joyce, Councillor Noon.
What's all involved with the plan of operations and development? Is it a study that has to be completed, or what's the requirement? Like, what's that cost have to do with?
So we talked about this a little bit when we presented the annual report for the landfills. In the case of both Bentinck and Durham, their plan of operations and development were essentially it's a standard operating procedure. They were created 20 plus years ago, and that's not the way the landfills are currently being operated. So it is a proactive approach to make sure that our operating procedures, which we're held accountable to, which are derived from the current legislation for landfill operation, are current and up to date. So we're not even landfilling in some of the areas that the current PDOs talk about. So essentially, it's just an update, but it's significant and it needs to be done.
Further, George.
So are you getting a consultant to work on that, or will internal staff be able to adjust that to accommodate the annual report that you've brought that up to the service records that are required?
It'll be done by the consultant that prepares the annual reports.
So how long would this operational before we deviate from it as you've said, we're not operating under the plan we've had from 20 years ago. We've amended it many times. We'd be better off just not having a plan and just doing amendments on a blank piece of paper as we go forward.
That might be the easiest one for the landfill operators, but no, the plan hasn't been formally updated in quite some time. So this is a formal update on current operations. It would be my expectation that we could do probably some revisions and amendments to it over the course of 10 years. But if we got more than 10 years out of an updated PDO, we either we're doing some incredibly efficient landfill operation or something else is significant happened.
Doug, Councillor Hutchison.
So how does this plan or this consult thing, how does that tie in with our asset management plan? I mean, is that not part of it? The whole landfill thing and projections and so on.
This is part of like your environmental compliance approval and the legislation that governs landfill operations. That's what's driving this, not the asset management plan. Although we do consider the asset management plan, the driving force is the legislation that we operate the landfill under.
So again, the legislation is there and there's the regulations that we have to use and abide by. And as they change, we continually make amendments to our operational plan. As you said, we're burying landfill refuse now, not in accordance to the way the plan was done 20 years ago. Why would we bother putting a plan in to project what we're going to do with the regulations changing? We just continue to follow the regulations and make the changes in operations as we go, day to day. Save ourselves $50,000 on a consultant that's really going to tell us something's going to happen. Here's a piece of paper. Make the adjustments as you go forward, as the Ministry of Environment requires us under their regulation.
Our current plan is out of date. It would also be part of the strategy to estimate where we're going to go and what we're going to do for I'm saying the next 10 years, I think is a realistic goal for the plan to how you're going to develop over the next 10 years and how you're going to operate to that development. In between now and if we get it completed in 2025 or when we do, and if we can make it with the ideal lifespan of 10 years, the idea would be there would be minor amendments to it over the course of time. But really, this is how our current plan doesn't actually reflect how we're currently operating. It's outdated and we need to get that refreshed.
I guess I'm just too simplistic. And when I was farming, there was the field. I made a choice whether I wanted to no-till the field, whether I wanted to plow the field north and south or east and west. I never had to go and ask somebody to come in and give me a report on telling me, yeah, you're not doing it right. You got to go and plow north and south now. We've had the landfill there. Had great operators on it. And Ministry of Environment's given us the way the regulations are written and whatnot. Photocopy the regulations and say, there's the plan on operating it. I think that's what we heard this morning was that photocopying papers is 50 cents, not 50,000. I guess that's, and I'm just frustrated. But we've got to do a plan and whatnot and spend $50,000 for a consultant to tell us what's in the environmental regulations that we've got to follow so that we can follow the consultant's report. That's just really what's in the regulations from the Ministry of Environment. Am I way off base on that one?
you're not way off base, but the challenge is you can view the regulations as generic, and this is supposed to be very specific to what we're currently doing and what we propose to do in Bentic and in Durham.
What we propose to do. But what you're telling me is we've got $50,000 in here for a consultant that's going to tell us what to do. But that'll be compliant with what the Ministry of Environment approves what we want to do.
It does include an analysis of hydro G, so where we're gonna go, how deep we're gonna go, what those side slopes are gonna look like, how often we're going to do compaction. Yes, we can estimate how often we're gonna do compaction, but it's really the hydro G part that's driving the cost.
So we've got to get an interpretation of what those test wells are out there.
The interpretation, so for example, in Bentic, the ones that we were using as down gradient ones could now be perceived as up gradient ones. And there's a mixture of what is what now. So yeah, there is some interpretation of what's actually happening and what's actually documented.
Joyce, get me out of this quagmire.
But isn't that what we rely on our engineers when they do the annual monitoring reports to, they're doing the testings and stuff. So if they would find an infraction to that, wouldn't they stipulate it that then the municipality would have to make the change, whether, you know, close that well, testing area and introduce a new one? Like, I thought that that's what the engineers provided, that information, so that you are providing the operations according to those annual monitoring reports.
So the annual monitoring report doesn't tell you how to operate. It monitors what happened in the previous year. As part of that, they flag that our PDO is out of date and it needs to be updated.
But they don't give you any recommendation as to what's required then? That's where they're relying on us to get the consultant to do it over and above what their report provides us annually.
The recommendations do not include amendments, additions, or rewriting the PDO.
It's fine for not having one.
That's a good question. I've never found myself in that position. I've always had a reasonably current PDO.
Joyce,
I believe we have a former, lost my, just let me get the proper wording here. We've had operations and development reports previously. Could we just not take that same report as staff and tweak it to how it's to be run currently? Like if we're not using the same trenches that they've moved, could we not just give those information and just tweak our current operations and development reports with staff's knowledge versus getting a consultant in?
The current ones are too outdated to do that, but with the new one, it would be my expectation that we would be able to do that for the life of the PDO.
But I'm sure that's what the consultant's going to do, is just going to take that former one and just tweak it. So I don't know why it's something that we as experts running the sites couldn't do it ourselves. Just my thoughts.
It's our hope that we'll end up with a report that, our PDO where that's exactly what we can do, but we're not in that position right now. But that is the goal.
Anything else? How much land is not being used at the Binnick landfill? Is there any revenue generating we can find? There's a company right now that is looking for acreage in West Grey to IESO released for electrical generation, quite frankly, solar panel generation. Is there room at the Bentic landfill to, how much acreage would we have at the Bentic landfill that could be put into solar panels?
Interesting, you should raise that. She came in yesterday and dropped off a package, and I see today she sent me an email to schedule a meeting to discuss that
Yeah.
very issue. So is solar power generation an issue? I think it's worth considering. Can we make it work? Well, I'm gonna hear her out and see what she's all about and how the process works. So we'll see what she has to say.
And we do have 4 landfill sites under municipal ownership. 2 of them, I believe, are not active at the present moment or have been sealed up, but we still own them. Are those landfill sites as well too?
I believe the 2 have a little bit of bush cover on them, but I think it's a conversation worth having with them, right? If they're willing to look at one, here's some other properties we could discuss to see if it's financially viable.
Look forward to those revenue generations being in the next draft of the budget. Before I get myself in trouble with the clerk for not vacating and getting engaged in the conversation and not vacating the chair, I'll let it go at that. Mr. Hutchison, Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And I apologize for not being live. I had to finish this up here, but are any of, if through you to Director Eaton, are any of our neighbors experiencing this that we could maybe do a joint mission through a consultant? Is the first question, and the second question, if I may, what's going on with our bail wrap that would save us some, well, give us some longevity on the landfill? Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the first question?
I think the first question was, sorry, Todd, was there any chance of partnering with somebody on these plans? Or is it too specific for our landfill?
There's always the ability to partner with another municipality that's going through the same thing, but at the end of the day, there aren't a whole lot of generic sections to the PDO that are common to us in other landfills outside of West Grey. There's some opportunity, but very little that would be gained by partnering with another landfill operating authority, because they're intended to be site specific. The bail wrap, we continue to work towards removing bail wrap. I thought it was all removed, but I'll double check that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Anything further? Landfill? Then we're down to environmental category 2 capital. Don't see anything there. Dam reserve. Dam reserve. Glad that's not plural. Counselor Hutchison.
Yes, so obviously we need some money in dam reserve because there's been a lot of discussion about the dams, particularly in Durham, the upper and lower dam. I don't see anything else in here for dams. So I thought there was going to be some major work done on either one, or if not both of those dams. And I think we were gonna have to end up covering some of it because I don't think Sauget Valley is gonna foot the bill themselves. Even though I believe that they're dams, but we seem to have costs. Where are we with those things?
So with SVCA, we had tried to schedule a meeting with them in August to review potential costs, with the idea to include levy, category 1, category 2, category 3, wiki, which I think would cover most of the expenses you were talking about. They had some change in staff, still trying to schedule a formal meeting with SVCA to flush out what the costs are supposed to be, specifically with the category 2 ones. They were kind of vague, but they showed a lot of high ticket items and there was no real schedule to it. So hopefully before the next meeting, we have a meeting with SVCA and we can kind of flush out the financial side of where they're headed for 2025 and what the expectation is of us and what we think we can actually accomplish.
Further. So given that we're putting 20,000 into reserve, what does that reserve look like, Director Maiton? For the dam reserve, yeah.
$40,000 at the end of 2024.
Okay. Anything else on that? Joyce?
I'd recommend maybe we lessen it to $10,000 this year for reserves.
Okay. We have a seconder for that? Councillor Forrester. Any conversation? Doug?
Well, I was just going to suggest we leave it the same until we get a report because I suspect that we're probably going to have to put some money into repairs of these dams and whether, I don't think 450 or 60,000 is probably going to cover it, but we could wait until we get a report. Well, we have a motion, so leave it
Well,
now.
we've got the motion moved and seconded unless you wanted to make an amendment, but if we're waiting for a response from the Conservation Authority, if it's anything like the Durham Creek, we're looking for the Durham dams. I don't know. Yep. Director Rankin shaking his head. I think maybe we could be 4 or 5 years before we get that anyways. Yeah, okay, you want to understand. Deputy Mayor, Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccleston. Just for the record, SPCA has recently hired a new manager for that department. So I'm sure there's quite a backlog for the last 2 months, but just let me know that there is a new manager position there.
Thank you for that, Tom. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to reduce that 20 to 10. Will be a small drop in the mill pond behind the dams. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. Recreation. I think that's it for, unless there's any other comments. Recreation. Norman B, questions? Jeff?
I know in the past, we've talked about ice resurfacers and exploring the option of electric. I thought we were actually leaning in that direction, and yet this one seems to be propane. Was there a consideration of electric?
Right now, it's our understanding that the cheapest ice resurfacer out there is 110,000, but if we're going through an RFP process to select one, all options will be considered. But right now, that's your cheapest ice resurfacer out on the market.
In our corporate climate action plan, I think we indicated an interest in trying to electrify our fleet of vehicles wherever possible. A lot of our vehicles don't lend themselves to electrification. But I would think something like an ice resurfacer that, gets used, 10 minutes every hour would be an ideal situation for something that needs to be recharged. So moving towards a greener, more environmentally friendly fleet is not necessarily going to be the cheapest solution, but it might be the best solution in the long term. So I'd like to see if we can weight the decision in any way towards electrification and not have something that might cost 10% more taken off the table because fossil fuel vehicles are currently cheaper. I'm not sure how to explore that. Maybe Councillor Townsend will find a path forward. Doug?
Thank you. And maybe it's a path forward, maybe it's not. It's funny, I've had a conversation on this with a colleague of mine out of here in Kinloss, who they did a study for an ice resurfacer for, I believe, in Ripley. And I believe the reports came back and they're finding, excuse me, they went the electric route and it's saving them more money than they thought they would have. So it might be something to reach out to, say, here in Kinloss and say, what have you found? What are your numbers showing you? People that have already gone that route with an electric one. So just a thought.
Thank you. In regard to this is something I do have a little bit of experience in assessing. These costs for an electric ice resurfacer versus a traditional one are roughly $50,000 to $60,000 more. However, given our green initiatives and commitment, perhaps when we go out for a RFP for something like this, when we consider it, we should do the cost analysis on the electric or the fuel savings that we would be getting it and factor that into the price. And then if indeed that became a viable option, I do think it's something we should be considering. We could come back if there were additional upfront costs and we think the longer term savings would outweigh.
I'm sorry, Marion. Yeah, I think I remember the discussions we had too, and I thought we were leaning towards going to the electric for the ice resurfacer in Ayton. Given that we have 95,000 in reserve and we're looking at putting another 15 in, that gets us 110. We also talked about the ice resurfacer in Ayton was a bit of rough shape, but we put some money into it. He did some minor repairs. And last I talked to the arena manager, he thought that the machine was fine and was working fine for now. So I would like to see us hold off and pursue the electric, and hopefully the Zamboni will keep working for us. But yeah, that was my interpretation, that we were leaning towards going to electric in that arena. Thanks.
Okay. I'm in a bit of a conundrum. Do we leave the 110 in and take a look at options, or Councillor Hutchison, do you want to put something forward to take it all out and look at options and put it in for the 2026 budget?
Right now we have 15 going on levy going to reserve, I believe.
No, I think you've got 15,000 on the levy going into purchasing a new one at 110.
Oh, I see. Okay, they're talking, yeah. Okay, right. So my suggestion would be to put the $15,000 into reserve and hold off on purchasing the propane until we have a further investigation or a report on the possibility of going electric.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Shea. Comments? Councillor Noon, Joyce?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Hutchinson to the 15 in reserve, so that hopefully nothing would happen to the resurfacer, but at least you'd have that 110 set aside if something come down next year in 2025 that you would have to replace it. So this way we've got time to investigate electric and move forward with it in 2026.
Okay. Anything further? Jamie, what have you got?
Through miracles, just for some clarity, just so I get the wording correct on this. So there's $110,000 budgeted as an expense in the 2025 draft budget. We're removing that entirely from the budget, but maintaining that $15,000 transfer into reserve.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Just if I could, for clarification, Ms. Mighton, if there was something to happen in 2025, either in the spring or the fall, summer, we have summer hockey and Ayton, summer ice, and had a catastrophic failure, but the reserve money was there, 110,000. Do we need to amend the budget to purchase that, or if we had to purchase a new ice resurfacer in 2025, do we have to make an amendment to the budget or go from reserve?
It would just be a motion to, because it would be an unbudgeted expense, that we would need to fund it from the reserve. We wouldn't be able to raise additional tax levy for it if needed, if it was outside of the budget bylaw. And I'm not sure on the lead time, if something were to happen, the lead time on these may be an extended period unless you got a loaner or like a trade show model or something like that.
Michelle?
Thank you. And there are companies, if we got in a dire bind, who rent these on a month-to-month basis if required.
We're not setting us up for much of a failure if we do postpone this to do more investigation on it. Jamie?
Through miracles, I think I have it crafted now that in consideration of the 2025 draft consolidated operating and capital budget, council direct staff to one, remove the $110,000 allocated to an ice resurfacer in the 2025 draft budget, and two, investigate options for an electric ice resurfacer.
Okay. Jeff,
Did that include contributing $15,000 to the reserve? I think that was Councillor Hutchinson's initial motion.
remove the purchase, but direct the 15,000 from levy to reserve. No, there's no savings to the budget. They have to make sure that if we were to go to an electric, it would be compatible with the charger that's in the parking lot. Charger. Yes. And I'm going to say the way that Jamie's got this wrapped it up, doing the research on electric ice resurfacers would also, to your point, Councillor Shea, is there any of that fleet reconstruct or redoing the fleet? Is there any funding, green funding opportunities for that? And part of that research, I think, would be looking for that. Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor. We would be doing that. The other thing that we have to consider, and I don't know if it's been thought, do we have the electrical power to charge these machines? And we'd have to make sure in the arenas, we have sufficient. So there's more components to this, but we do know there was recently a grant that we did not apply for. There had been talk about it's fairly significant for modern infrastructure improvements for energy efficiency. So I think this will be part of our overall thinking, and we are looking at adding a category actually to our staff reports regarding environmental and green considerations. So this will start to inform all our thinking on any projects moving forward.
Okay. Have you got a draft analogy? We good?
Two miracles, yes, that in consideration of the draft 2025 consolidated operating and capital budget, council direct staff to one, remove the $110,000 allocated to an ice resurfacer in the 2025 draft budget. Two, included $15,000 transfer into the ice resurfacer reserve in the 2025 draft budget. And three, investigate options for an electric ice resurfacer.
Okay, mover and seconder are still fine with that. Thanks, Jeff. Doug? If I could from the chair, just one little thing. There's always been some concern about ice resurfacers and propane, and the fire department was just had an exhaust system for their carbon buildup in their facilities. And I do remember a few years ago that there was one of those concerns in Eaton as well too, with the propane ice resurfacer and the exhaust and all of that. Certainly electric would take that well out of the usage of the arena. That'll be investigated as well too. Okay. Any other questions or comments on the motion? We'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thanks, Tom. Anything else on the R&B? Councillor Noon.
A question for the Director of Finance. How much is in reserves currently for dressing room upgrades? Or is this the first time? It is. Okay,
All right.
I was just proposing that maybe we reduce it to 15,000 so that, you know, just to kind of keep it the costs down a little bit with the levy, but it's just a thought to reduce that to normally dressing room upgrades to 15,000.
Okay. Take that as a motion. Thank you, Councillor Noon. Anybody want to second that? We'll take Councillor Townsend. Questions, Councillor Hutchison.
Well, just brings to mind when we talk about upgrading dressing rooms and putting more money into our arenas. I do think we need to look at the use of our arenas going forward. There's a lot of changes coming down the pipe in terms of minor hockey, which is one of our bigger users. Next year, they're making changes again. Now we have 3 arenas on the go, one being Hanover and Normanby and Durham, and there's a lot of empty ice lots and whatnot. So I think it'd be nice to maybe reevaluate where we are with our arenas. Not suggesting we close one, but I'm suggesting maybe we can do something to try to up our use of the arenas and generate more revenue. Whether that be, you know, dropping the price more and off prime time use, or maybe lowering the fees. But there's just we have the arenas and they're sitting there, and sometimes they aren't really getting used a whole lot some days. So it'd be nice to take a look at them in a serious fashion and see what we can do. Given that our Newstead Arena is getting a lot more use now that we have the lacrosse also using it besides pickleball. So, and other events. Anyways, just be worthwhile investigating that a bit more in the future. Thanks.
Okay. Deputy Mayor. Hutchison.
Mayor Eccles, it's just, I guess my question is, do we know what enhancements need to be done? I guess I would be looking kind of to understand what we need to do to that arena, because I've played out of there for a long time, and I just want to know what it really needs.
Carrie?
I think John was thinking about some updates to the showers and the dressing rooms, but I have to double check with him for sure. But I think some of it is the shower areas, ventilation of the showers. It was kind of and just an overall update inside.
Okay, all right. Tom's good with that. Any other questions, comments? Michelle?
Thank you to Councillor Hutchinson's point. I just want to advise council that in 2025, it is our intention to do a recreation master plan. We will be doing it internally with staff resources, but it will take into account the use of all our recreation assets and trends in programming, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Call the question, and all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right. Is there going to be any conversation on the kitchen renovations? Well, there's going to be no conversation, Joyce. So you can do the exercise walk. Centennial Hall Pavilion equipment. Doug, right? Councillor Townsend.
Just going back to a comment I made at a previous council meeting too. Have we ever looked at naming programs or sponsorship programs for some of these assets? We have the Centennial Hall being one. If there was a business that wanted to come forward and put some money up in lieu of naming rights, that would fund some of these projects and take it off the taxpayers.
Michelle.
Thank you. As you mentioned at a just recent council meeting, our corporate initiatives officer and I are discussing that. We do fundraising regularly for programs, but we haven't had a strategic approach related to buildings, et cetera. So we'd like to look at that and bring that back. We did not include it in the budget because it's pretty preliminary and we didn't want to count on it, but that will be forthcoming.
Deputy Mayor. Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. These two here I could support with the new Ayton Lions Club that's formed down there. They're pretty active. There's going to be some more activity happening for sure. And I know Normanby is just in the infinite stages of looking at a new the next homecoming. So I can see the need there. And again, I think we're going to find some small enhancements on that. On the small hall, it's certainly needed. It's been a long time, so I can support both of these. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? No adjustments. We'll be looking, so as staff has got the idea of looking for other revenues and whatnot. We'll look forward to that coming, but I don't think it'll be in time to have any effect on this budget. So, all right. Then we'll go down to Newstead. Just wait for Councillor Noon to come back as she had declared a conflict on the kitchen rental and the pavilion equipment. Newstead, new chairs for the arena. Pickleball nets. Doug, Councillor Hutchison.
I was just curious where the pickleball courts were going to be. Are they in the arena hall side or are they on the floor or are they outside? Because there isn't done.
Ms. Mighton is itching to grab all of that.
Sorry.
Answer that question.
That is my error in the typing. It should be a soccer nets at the Newstead Lions field. It should be soccer nets that they were looking at, not pickleball. My mistake on that. And bleachers. I think soccer nets and bleachers, depending on how the costs come in, I think is what they were looking at.
Yeah, and that also will come out of fundraising the soccer nets. The soccer's expanding and getting an older age group, so they may need bigger nets, but they may not. So the money may stay in that fundraising account. And then the bleachers, they may be able to replace the boards on the existing ones, or we may have to get aluminum ones. So we fund it, or we pulled enough money to fund worst case scenario.
Well, if I'm getting that right, or Carrie, there's 15,000 in fundraising for the new chairs for the arena. And then Scott, you're saying there's another 10,000 for the nets and okay. So Carrie.
And I'm showing that from the tax levy when we had originally done this. And then there's been since further discussions. So if we're looking at a total cost of between that 10 to 14,000, but all of that would come from the fundraising, so we could reduce the tax levy portion by 10. I've shown it on here as 10,000 from the tax levy.
Right. So that's, yeah, I wanted that clarification. Do you need that in a motion to pull that 10 from levy? I know you don't need it, Carrie, but yes, our clerk is absolutely nodding. Absolutely, we need that as a motion. That's gone. Yeah. So Councillor Forster will move that the 10,000 be removed from levy and be put in as fundraising. Councillor Townsend, seconded. Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. The next one, just for clarification, reserve for the air handling is 75,000. And we're putting 7,500 still into that reserve. That's why I'm reading that.
Yeah, that's a new item that John was wanting to add for the future replacement of the air handling system.
So does he need 75,000 or is there 75,000 in the reserve?
We have nothing in reserve. The cost of the unit would be 75,000.
Okay, just, yeah, want that clarified that. Councillor Townsend. Doug?
So just wondering, when I see that 75,000, is that something similar to what fire chief was in this morning? I know he was talking about diesel exhaust units for the fire stations, and they were far less pricey than 75,000. So I'm just, if it's an air, is it an air purifier, an air exchange? What type of system is he looking for? It's just the difference between 75,000 and, 20,000. So.
Gary?
I don't have specific details on that, but we can certainly get more. He's just looking at starting a reserve for it. So it wouldn't be fully funded at this point, and completed, but we can certainly get more details on that. I'm just not familiar with the type of system. We've been putting away several years now, for eventually that will be a huge project to do the roof, but that has been something we've been setting aside for each year.
All right, that's for the Newstead Hall roof. Yes, because it is an asphalt shingle roof on the new hall. We're thinking about putting a new roof on it. Oh, guess it's not that new anymore, is it? Already 15 years old? 2009, 2008? With the Newstead Hall. The hall was built onto the arena. I don't know if you were still in public school, right, Scott? Yeah, maybe not, maybe a nice, but no. Yeah, so I think that wise a little bit. That brings us down to the Durham Arena. Recreation. Anything in there? Compressor. The ice resurfacer. There's been some money going in there into that reserve, Carrie.
This is a new one for a new reserve for the Durham. That we haven't been putting money away for on the Durham Arena, just the Normandy one.
Okay. No thoughts on that one. Randy's saying the compressor is a go for this year. Half of it, slightly less than half of it is in reserve. Levy will pick up 44. Wading pool reserve. That one we've been doing on an annual basis.
No, that's a new one that we recommended starting as well. Should we need any extra work done on the wading pool in the future.
Thoughts? Handicap washroom reserve. Any questions on that one? Jeff?
That one's been around for a while. So do we know how much is in that?
Sorry, $50,000 at the end of 2024.
And if there was a grant funding like Trillium or something, we could just apply that to our 50%. Okay.
Councillor Hutch. Doug?
Speaking of grants, I thought we were in the process, looking at a grant for renovations for the term town hall, and we have no feedback on that at all.
The Community Initiatives Officer has been working on a grant application. I can't think of what the acronym is for the grant at the moment. Do you see that? It would be part of that urban blue type self-cleaning washroom. And I don't have all the details of that, but he is working on that application.
Well, that's not one we've already received money for, right? And no, this is a different one. Okay, and we don't know if it's going to come in time for budget implications.
Yeah, no, we haven't applied for that. It'll we're working on the application, but we're just applying, going to submit the application. And then depending on when it results come out on successful applications, whether it hits for this year. I think the timing of it was 26, 27. I think the application that as far as construction year, could be a few years out. I think by the end of March of 2027, I think was the deadline for completion of projects. So we were looking at that a construction year more into the 2026. But
So just to go along with that town hall, like I think down the road before too long, we still have to look seriously at where are we going in terms of the town hall, the old police station and the fire hall, which are going to be three buildings there that are going to change when we get a new police station. So how much money do we put into renovating? Do we sell or whatever? So I do think we need to start making a plan for that area.
Would, yes. Would definitely agree with you. What did you say was in the unisex washroom, 50,000? And one of those urban blue washroom, were they in that range?
yeah, 250 maybe. Yeah, they're not cheap.
Okay. Anything else there? Newstead Lions Park. Playground reserve. Maybe that's one that's new.
We had done it in prior years, then we did upgrade the playground equipment 2 years ago with some additional COVID funding. So this is just sort of started it back up again for when future replacement or enhancements need to occur.
Okay, no thoughts? And then the last two, and we've already dealt with those two. That was when Diesel was here. Okay.
If I may, there.
Go ahead. Okay.
On the planning and development section, I was remiss in, at the October meeting, council had passed a motion to add entryway gateway signage. But it is, transferred from the economic development reserve, so it doesn't show on your sheets, but I've added in the $25,000 of expense that, the motion had referred to coming from the economic development reserve. So it doesn't hit the tax levy, but that item should be added in there. Based on the motion that was passed at the October meeting. So I just missed putting it on the sheet. So I just wanted to draw that to your attention.
Okay. Anything else? Councillor Noon, go ahead.
I'm not trying to be territorial, but if you're putting in a reserve for playground equipment in Newstead, Eaton's was also replaced at the same time, and just wondering why they're not just kind of, you know, giving the same fairness, not that we can afford it, but I was just wondering why that line item wouldn't be shown under Eaton as well.
We were doing two other projects, the pavilion equipment and the kitchen reno. So it was just also a bit of a balance there.
Okay. Cemetery obviously has no thoughts of upgrades. Elmwood Fire. One thing that's not shared 50-50, obviously.
Yeah, Elmwood's not 50-50. We closer to 50, that was ours last year, 57.73. So depending on what we're weighted heavier based on our assessment. So we don't have the assessments for next year. Their capital includes the PPE, the gear, turnout gear, similar to our fire chiefs, some hoses, monitors, portable pumps, saws, radios, pagers, and replacing 3 SCBA bottles, which is their breathing bottles. The largest item there is they're proposing a building extension for decontamination off the back of the building. They had applied for a grant for it. They're anticipating the grant to be a 3-year program, but the priorities may change. Currently, it is about decon equipment, as our fire chief had referred to. But that's you'll see the transfer to reserve because they're looking at a $250,000 potential addition to the fire hall there. So that construction would occur in 2026 is what we're anticipating. The largest portion.
Okay. Comments, Deputy Mayor Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Yeah, and just to pick up on what Director Martin was saying, basically the current layout of that building is the showers and where the laundry facilities are connected. So it's all based around the protection of the firefighters. Is they have to allocate an actual area where they can actually clean the material, and that would be separate from the actual showers, like the cleanup facility. So that's really the drive. And I guess my understanding is it is going to be, it's not mandatory now, but it's certainly going to be pushing that way. So they've got, we're just trying to get ahead of it. And it, like Director Mike said, it is, from what I understand, it's a 3-year grant, and you can keep applying it and later the same thing. That's what we're led to believe, but those were estimated numbers. So I know it's a bit of a request, but we certainly need the safety and security of our firefighters. Thank you.
Gary?
I was just pulling our minutes from the board. The project would be an 18-foot extension to the building to house a small storage area, washrooms with showers, a laundry room with positivity charging, and an air compressor room. That's what they hope to accomplish with that project. The 2025 would be basically pre-engineering and design to get a building permit ready for tendering to be done in 2026.
Other comments or questions on this? Councillor Shea? Yeah.
Do we know if Brockton has committed these funds?
The request has been made to Brockton, but I have not heard back from you. But I don't know if they've started their budget process.
Oh, sorry. Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Yeah, Mayor Peabody was not there for the meeting. He was regrets, but I know Mitch, the councillor that sits there, certainly supported it and understood it, and he was going to speak to their council on it. So that's kind of where it's at. And again, I don't think they're not in there doing their budget yet. So it's there is a need there. That's as much. And again, Mitch had acknowledged that. Thank you.
That part of our strategic plan was to enhance and develop partnerships? Or were we looking for more independence on different things? Well, that didn't stir any conversation. Is it time to let some things go? Guess not. Okay. Jeff, thank you.
What would that look like? Would that look like Brockton taking over Elmwood Fire and us buying service from them? Is that how services work in neighboring small towns like that? I don't know if there's similar models.
Certainly, I would think so. The simple fact that well, it's in budget.
I'm wondering how much would it cost to buy a service from a neighboring municipality?
Gary, what do we spend from Markdale? What do we spend in Mount Forest? What does Hanover charge us? And what do we charge Southgate?
So it depends on your negotiated agreements.
Good preface.
With Southgate, we charge them a rate based on for $10,000 of value of assessment. Or did that change?
That's about right.
But is it the same?
Very similar.
Not forced, might be not forced in Canada. I'd have to look them up just to make sure because they changed a little bit over the years, I think, on theirs, but it's all what the two willing parties negotiate. We've seen different, this current agreement is a joint board that's shared based on assessment. Sometimes they contribute to capital, sometimes it's just here it is. Some, like our one with Southgate, it's just, here, use it, this is what you get.
And yeah, usually it's on percentage of what X number of dollars of assessment in the coverage area.
Well, maybe that's something we should look at in the upcoming year. Maybe get some sort of a report on that, what the options are. We probably don't have to belabor it now.
Apparently my clerk is saying, no, we don't. But I will add that once Brockton generates their revenue out of some of the assets that they want to sell, they'd be able to direct some of that to purchase our share of the Elmwood Fire Department. Thank you, sir. Joyce.
But to be fair though, like including Ellenwood, the Ellenwood Fire does cover more area into West Gray than it does into Brockton. So that's why we do see a higher rate for capital, because it's based on assessment, like of the areas that are covered. So yeah, I don't know what the best scenario would be, but yeah, they provide a great service. So just my thoughts and comments.
Okay. All right. So we can look at outside of the budget going forward for the year. Library building. Can we get into those two?
So the library board doesn't do the capital, that's
Right.
West Gray, but they have provided recommendations to replace some of the shelving in the Durham Library and the Dropbox, replace it at the Durham Library. Is the recommended items for.
Mhm. Some of the shelving, this is shelving basically for books on the floor. To resolve the issue of the floor surface that they had before with the shelving. That's Mike.
Yeah, I can't say whether was the weight of it. I know when they first had moved in there, that even the height of them, they were only using the lower portion. So I don't know if they're still have the taller bookshelves in there, and this is replacing them with something lighter. Or if it's just additional, if they're changing the space around. I'm not too sure.
Scott.
Yes, I believe the existing bookshelves are putting too much pressure on the floor and making the floor spread.
Mhm. Okay. Anything else? No takeout, no takeaway? Is that about it? Sorry, Councillor Hutchison.
We do a tally at this point, but then I see that there's a couple of staffing recommendations further down, is there not, in our agenda here? But if we could do an update to see where we are at this point.
Got anything for us there, Carrie?
So the increase right now is at 10.6%. We, aside from the capital that we had, we added the transfer to the bridge culvert reserve of 300,000, removed Glenelg Road 23 engineering of 50,000, added one pedestrian crossing engineering of 18,800. You reduced the dam reserve to $10,000. Moved the levy portion to the ice resurfacer, no impact. And reduced the Normandy Arena dressing room to 15,000 and changed the soccer nets to be from fundraising instead of the tax levy. But so that was a $10,000 change. So that's where we get down to 10,000 or 10.6%, I should say.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, to go ahead, I have a question. Was there not $110,000 savings when we took the purchase of the ice surfacer out? No.
The expense from the tax levy was 15,000. We were
Right.
transferring from the reserve of 95,000. So the expense went down, but your tax levy impact was no change because we just moved it from funding the purchase to funding reserve.
Oh, so there wasn't 95,000 already in the reserve?
There is 95,000 in reserve that's going to stay in reserve. We're not pulling from that.
No, and we're adding 15
We're
to the
adding
reserve.
15 to that.
Okay, but I thought the 110 would have come out of the capital side, but it doesn't.
The expense, yes, but not the tax levy. We are only funding that
Oh, I see.
110,000
Okay,
by 15,000 from current year revenues.
right. Okay, so 110,000 should show up in the capital.
It'll
show up in the capital eventually.
reducing the capital expenditures. Whoops, sorry. It'll show up in reducing the capital expenditure total. But the tax levy, we're still using $15,000 of tax levy. We're just putting it into the reserve for the ice resurfacer.
And then just for clarification, the operating is at 8.7% currently, correct?
The operating where we started was at 8%. So we've added 2.6% for a total of 10.6. Operating and capital combined.
That 10.6 is operational and
And
capital?
capital, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought we still had to add in
No,
8.7.
no, no. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
yes, that starts with our 8% operating and then 2.6% is the change, all those changes to the capital.
Is there any other surprises, Director Mighton? Things that haven't been added in? Airport, conservation, where they're going? Oh, yes. Saugeen Mobility and Area Transit. Any of those ones?
I don't have any of those specific numbers. I have put in an estimated budget amount for those. The other item that you had was the police budget. There was an additional almost $118,000 for two recruits or two new hires. So that is in addition to the numbers that I quoted. That hasn't been added in. The almost $27,000 from the library new ask, that is not added in. We didn't do a motion to add that in, so that's not in there yet for the increased hours and the part-time, additional part-time person, website, phones. That request has not been added in yet. And then the three items that are in the package, the HR, the EDO, and the community garden are not in there. And the airport, I have included the estimate. The estimate that I have in there would encompass if they have $174,000 ask, what our share would be. That is incorporated in there in
That
my
number.
first draft. We had enough in there for that.
come again with that, there was 27,000 for the library. Give or take.
26,756, 1,000 of their, when she did the math on there included book purchases, which we included as part of our annualized base budget. The increased cost of books as opposed to saying it's increasing their collection. So it's 26,756. That's not in there. So that's increased hours in Eaton, staffing, website and phone.
And phones. I just find it. Tell me again why the phone, the connectivity to the municipal office here with their phones, is that what I'm reading in is what they were looking for, the library?
I'm thinking it's maybe moving over to the voice over internet, the VoIP system. I think that's what they're looking at changing to maybe. But I haven't been involved in those discussions. I can't say for sure.
Yeah, I was trying to find it here. This update allows us to streamline the line of phone system between the 3 buildings and the municipal office. Well, that was the part that I didn't. What?
Yeah, like as far as with the municipal office, I'm thinking, again, I'm just speculating. So we have the arena, like the Durham Arena, Newstead Arena. We can transfer if a phone calls here, transfer the extension because we've moved them over to the VoIP system. So we can just transfer it like we would, whether I transferred it down the hall in this building. As opposed to saying, oh, you need to hang up and call this number. That I'm assuming that's the type of thing that connection is what she's referring to when she mentions that.
Scott?
Yes, it's the same phone system that you have here.
Jeffrey?
Are we just having a free-ranging conversation now?
Pretty much so.
Okay, I'd like to bring up the police request, which isn't included in the budget currently. In the past, when I was on the police board, the protocol was that the chief would propose to the board a budget recommendation. The board would approve that typically, or adjust it and approve it. And then the board, technically, often represented by the chief, would bring that to council. And we always made sure to be clear that council didn't have a line-by-line budget discretion. If the board brought a request to council and said, we want $100,000 more, and by the way, we're planning to do this, this, and this, the only thing that the council could say was yes or no, or we're giving you 80. We weren't allowed to say, but you can't do this or you must do that. We weren't allowed to sort of interfere with the board's or the department's operations that way. So I was surprised that the chief was bringing a proposal to council before it was approved by the board, and that it put in very specific line item applications for what the increase was going to be for in light of new staffing, and that it was a multi-year request, that it was a request that was going to impact this year's budget and next year's budget as well, because it was to get one new recruit sort of right away in 2025, and then a second recruit later in the year whose full annualized cost wouldn't be seen until the 2026 budget. So it seemed like we were not entirely following the protocol that I was familiar with. And this concerned me for a couple of reasons. One, if we, approved the request that the chief had brought, according to my understanding, if next year we felt like saying our hands are totally tied, we cannot approve another increase to the police department. We cannot grant that other 2/3 of a position that you asked for last year, but that's only actually going to be recognized this year. We wouldn't have, we should have the right to be able to do that because we are supposed to be arm's length. But we were specifically requested by the chief to reflect on those 2 new positions being implemented in that fashion. So we're committing ourselves. I'm not entirely uncomfortable with committing ourselves in the future, especially because it's in the same term of council. I would feel less comfortable doing it across an election and committing a future council. But, and so that's why I'm not objecting to using a similar strategy with some of the other staff positions that we're looking at internally. But that's because that's within the budget that we control. And we don't actually control the police budget. So I also did not understand the justification that the chief brought nearly as well as I did the last time he brought a request for 2 new staff positions, which I believe was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He wanted to add 2 new staff positions. And it was because, Doug, you'll remember, it was because they had a shift, like the night shift was down. There's supposed to be teams of 4. And they didn't have teams of 4 on it at night. And so it seemed like there was a deficiency. There was a big gap. And the addition of those 2 additional people was clearly needed. I didn't see any defense of these 2 new positions, except he was saying there's a lot more paperwork. The police and health and safety wellness regulations have changed. And and we all, I think you all, not we all, you guys all know about regulations and the constant expanding of your workloads. That doesn't necessarily mean we get to hire another one of you. So he also made an argument that I reflected on later and was also a little bit uncomfortable with, and that was the argument around this has to do with succession planning. And he mentioned that a couple of officers were approaching retirement age, and it made sense to get people in that would be able to replace them, before the day they retire. And to me, that makes sense. But if you have a force of, say, 20 officers, I don't know what the exact number is these days, but if you have a force of 20 officers and 2 are going to retire, and you hire 2 recruits as a succession planning exercise, you bring them in, a year later, those 2 retire, you now have a force of 20 officers. It's the same number of officers. You've just smoothed out the transition from these individuals to these individuals. But I did say to the chief in the middle of that discussion, would this not grow the force? Would we not now have a force of 22 officers? And he said, we're growing the force, yes. So it didn't seem like it was a succession planning exercise. It seemed like it was a growth exercise, which wasn't very well rationalized to me. Now, there's other people like the mayor who's also on the board, and you're on the board too, who probably know these issues better than me. And if they feel like there is good defense and argumentation for growing the force, I'm not going to sort of question their judgment. But I would like to suggest that am I going on too long here?
Oh,
5-minute limit, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you're at 45 seconds now.
I would like to suggest that we respond to the request to hire a new officer immediately and another one partway through the year with a counter offer, which is go ahead and hire a new officer, immediately or whenever you were planning to, and bring forward your request for the second officer to next year's budget. I think that it wouldn't impact that much because it was only a partial year that was going to be applied, but I think we should be making decisions for this year, and we should be making decisions for next year. So the police proposal hasn't been incorporated into the budget. So at some point we would need a motion to incorporate it into the budget.
Jamie?
Three Miracles, if I may, the police ask from the previous budget meeting was incorporated into this budget based on council's direction. The direction at the previous meeting was that council incorporate the $118,000 and change into the 2025 draft budget. So my understanding that outside of them coming back with a revised number, council's already more or less provided their blessing on that number based on that presentation at the previous meeting.
Confirmation to that, Carrie?
I will add that in now, but I missed that one. You're now at 11.4%.
I'm sorry, Carrie, I thought you say at the beginning of this part of the discussion that that request had not been incorporated?
Sorry, no, I had missed putting that one in. I missed that motion. So I should have had that in there. So now if I add that 118,000 in, we're at 11.4.
So Jamie has the motion here that was passed in at the last budget meeting, that 118 be put in there.
Okay, so Jamie, does my incredibly persuasive argumentation and the laws of the procedural bylaws of council allow for another version of that motion? Could I make such motion?
Three Miracles, not without going through a motion to reconsider a previous decision of council. That matter was decided. And the way the current procedural bylaw is written, you would have to have voted with the prevailing side in order to introduce that motion.
Did I vote with the prevailing side?
I have a thought on how you voted on that one, but I can't say for absolute certain that you did, but I'm kind of, if you want my opinion, no, you were opposed to it at the point in time.
Okay, then I will let the matter drop unless any other councillor or member of council thought that we should stick to funding one new position at a time. Would like to make that motion to reconsider. If nobody wants to do that, I'll just let the matter drop.
Okay. Joyce. Comment.
I just want to make a comment in defense of the police chief as to why he didn't wait for the police board's recommendations on those new positions. But in September, there was mandatory training allowed, or that was a need on online thematic training. There was 4 modules. It was quite intense. We in West Grey, all the board members had completed it, but under the umbrella of the OA, Ontario Association of Police Services Board, a lot of them hadn't completed it. So we decided, or our secretary of the police board decided that we didn't have confirmation either that that we had completed, even though we all ourselves knew we had completed it and got confirmation. It was decided to cancel our October meeting. So that's why the police chief then brought it forward without our recommendation. So I just want to give some clarity as to why that wasn't brought forward to us in a timely manner for budgeting.
And also we're down a provincial appointee on the police services board. We had a resignation from the board. So we're going to struggle with having quorum. Because you couldn't be a voting member until it was approved by the OAPSB that was putting the training forward. And I believe that the ministry, the Attorney General, had to confirm it and we didn't have confirmation of that, so we couldn't have the board meeting. That's why the chief brought it forward for us. Okay? There's nobody else. And Councillor Shales, it doesn't look like anybody else wants to bring that up, so we'll leave that the way it is. Before we go any further, do we want to have just a quick break? 5 minutes be good? Okay. We'll take 2:35. We'll be back. I got 2:28 right now. Yeah, perfect, thank you. Okay, we're ready to go. Thank you, Ashley. 11.4. Wow. Okay. I think we've had if nobody wants to make any secondary on what we've already gone through, there's a couple of other items here to address before we recess for the day. No, we're not going to recess. We'll adjourn at some point today. I believe if there's no conversation or questions about the airport, Carrie, you've put in an assumption of what it is into the budget already, so that's in there. Go ahead.
We did get information from David Hawking, though, itemizing the amount. It's on the agenda.
Yeah, Carrie?
Oh,
Sorry, I just couldn't get it. Yes, we have a letter saying that they're looking at 174,000. So based on that ratio, but we don't have their actual approved, here's our budget detail. They sent that letter, but normally they would send out the fulsome budget with it as well, but I don't think they've got that nailed down, but I have incorporated that based on that increase in that letter. Yeah, with our percentage of that $174,000, I think it was.
Yeah, that was okay. All right. There's no questions on that one. Oh. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. The conversation we had was based around last year. We did approve whatever that COLA increase was. Can't remember, but and so we did have that approved in our budget, and Brockton did not. So at that Hanover did, we did, Brockton did not. So at that time, we did not, because it's all R&M, that money was never sent there for that increase of the request. So I think that we should have some in reserve, in my opinion, from last or this year's budget that's left over that could be contributed. But the director may be able to speak to that a little bit better. But that's my understanding anyway. Thank you.
Gary?
Yeah, our current 2024 budget will be slightly under for the airport because they ended up not having that approved increase by all three parties.
Yeah, okay.
If I may, Mayor Eccles, a follow-up. So based on that, if we, it's almost 3 years since they've had that, and the books we're going to be we're moving in the right direction, expedited. So if we would have had those increases in the last couple of years, regardless of everything else that was brought forward over the last couple of years, we would be in a positive cash flow. So this is the turning year for that to take place. Thank you.
Looking forward to that day of Saugeen Municipal Airport being totally independent of the municipal levy. Let's move on. Okay, thanks, Tom. We have, as I said, 3 for the 2025 municipal budget. I think these are, Michelle, are these yours? The first one being the human resource support.
Thank you. Through you, the mayor to council. At the last budget meeting, you recalled we reviewed a number of additional budget considerations, and these were the 3 that council asked us to bring forward with a more fulsome sort of plan and business case. So there's the human resources support, the economic development officer, which is included in the strategic plan, and a request for community gardens that would consider not just Durham, but perhaps all gardens. So I think the business cases there are self-explanatory, and I'm happy to answer any questions as you discuss.
Okay, where do we want to start? HR? We'll go forward with it. Keep it in, keep it out. Councillor Hutchison.
Well, ideally, I'd like to see us, in terms of the staffing, I'd like to see us do both. But the question is, how do we do that, given that we're already at 11-12%? But I think as our CEO has said, the HR part of it is very, very important. I think we need to get up to speed, especially with the way society is these days, with dealing with individuals. I think it's important that we have our Ts crossed and Is dotted and the whole bit. So that they were looking at a $70,000 hit for this year, or sorry, 2025, and then economic development officer. I know there's a need out there. I know people have asked time and time again, are we going to hire an ED person? And so there's another 30,000 there. So there's $100,000 hit just on the two staffing positions. But I think they're both important. I'd like to see us go for both, but I don't have the solution to how we're going to do that.
Any other comments or questions on that? My suggestion is let's deal with one at a time. And I guess the first one is the HR. Recognizing regulation restrictions. They're not problems. I think I see them more as restrictions on our staff to deal with those, quite frankly, outside of their job description. It's been done off the side of the desk on a few occasions, and maybe it comes down to one of those things. It's wonderful that we've been able to do it, but how can we continue to do it going forward without getting caught? That's my point to it. Time to look at it and figure out which one. I think the economic development officer thing isn't quite as important. The fact that we need probably to do more of analysis of where we're at and what can we do as an economic development officer would be more of a consulting position coming into play and saying, yeah, we should do this, we should do that, but we have water and sewer restrictions, we have planning restrictions that need to be resolved before we can start looking at that. I think we can only do one at a time. You know, eat an elephant one bite at a time. You don't try to eat the whole elephant. I'd like to see somebody put forward a motion to go forward with an HR person. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and I put my hand up earlier, but you were speaking to it, and I do echo your thoughts. I would put a motion forward that we do proceed with the HR position this year. I mean, to the 2025 budget, I apologize. And we do not support the EDAC at this time. Thank you.
Right. Second that, Joyce? Okay. And, okay. Have a moved and seconded. I think I'm going to keep them as separate, Tom, if it's okay with you, that the HR position be included into the 2025 budget. That's the way you've got it, Jamie? Yep. Okay. Joyce?
So in looking at this, you have 70,000 under the 2025 service level. If that be if you were to go out and start searching now for a position to start January 1, would that be like for 2025, kind of that salary range? Or is it partway through the year and then in 2026, then the highest, like on a grid, would be the 91,740?
Michelle, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. If I may, I'm suggesting in year one, which would be 2025, we would actually hire HR consulting services to build us that dossier of core documents, policies, employee handbook, all of the things that are, I would say, ad hoc right now that may not be compliant with existing legislation that is out there. I'd like to then in subsequent years move forward with a staff person. So hire somebody January 1st, 2026, which would then be a coordinator. So we wouldn't have to hire a manager, but they would come in, set up for success with policies, procedures, onboarding processes that are all compliant with current legislation. And then there is an opportunity in years 2 and following, if the municipality wanted to take part in the WSIB Excellence Program, which is a joint health and safety program, that if the coordinator would have that under their portfolio in years 2 and onwards, as we complete modules, and I'm optimistic we could complete 4 a year, we would have an opportunity to get a rebate of up to $10,000 a year per module for each of those completed modules. So that's how I'm looking at it. That's correct.
Okay. Any other discussion or comments, thoughts? Yes. Director of Legislative Services, Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you, just to ensure that I've captured the essence of this correctly, then that it's that in consideration of the 2025 draft consolidated operating capital budget, council directs staff to include $70,000 for human resources support in the 2025 draft budget.
Joyce, go ahead.
Okay, so just for clarification, this isn't going to be our permanent HR right now. It's just getting into it, and that's the cost factor for 2025. Thank you.
And if I may, as part of the budget request, it is suggesting this become annualized starting in 2026 as a staff position, as a coordinator, as opposed to consulting services in year 2 and beyond.
Okay. Further?
But if it going into year 2, then we're into a new term of council, though, correct?
Thank you. No, January 1st, 2026 would still be this term of council. You don't have to run for election until October of 2026.
So that's when you would recommend hiring staff in 2026. Okay, thank you.
Jamie?
Through you, Mayor Eccles, I think I misunderstood slightly. Then I think what the CEO is suggesting is that the proposal for HR support as presented be approved overall, which would include that annualization for future years. So for 2025, it would just be that 70,000, but then in future years, it would annualize. So if that's what council was moving initially, then I can make that correction. If that's not what you thought you were moving, then we can proceed with this and kind of work through that moving forward. But yes, okay.
Yeah,
So the
Tom's
new
saying that's what he was.
the
that was the plan.
the motion that should have been then would be that council approves the business case for the HR support as presented in the 2025 draft budget package.
Okay, yes, Tom's got his thumbs up on that one. Thank you. Any further questions, discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right. Into the one about the Economic Development Officer. And Joyce?
Thank you. I'm just wondering my thoughts on it. I'm just wondering if it would have to go into closed session, so I'd really like to talk to staff about it. But it doesn't help with today's decision making, but I just feel what I want to propose, because it would, my feeling is on it with another internal staff member that I feel would be probably an asset to the corporation in changing that person's role, but I don't want to mention names for fear I'd be outside of what we're allowed to say or not say in open session.
Michelle?
So at this point, I would like to suggest, as I've been here 4 months now and doing the analysis, we have some very competent staff internally. However, everybody has a full plate right now. So I don't believe that there is any staff member that I'm currently aware of that could take on economic development in a full-time capacity. If, and I am very cognizant that budgets are tight this year, and with the support of the HR person, the high-level economic development I can handle. I can go out, I can't do the day-to-day, go out and meet the businesses every single day as my core job, but I can do that if you're concerned about budget. I do not want to give this up long-term because as I said in the business case, economic development in my opinion is an investment as opposed to a drain on resources. I think it ultimately pays back, but if budgets are a concern, I think we can get through the next year. I am hesitant to suggest anybody internally at this point could take it on, even though we have some incredible staff members here. Everybody's got a very full plate as it currently stands.
Okay. Want to go to Councillor Hutchison and then go to Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Doug?
Yeah, so I understand what our CEO is saying, and I do believe that she has the background to pull this off, but I do think that it's going forward that it's important that we eventually get an EDO. One of the reasons being that we can talk about Durham, we can talk about Ayton and some of our villages and the growth we have here, but I think where we're really feeling the pressure is around us, and we're negotiating with Hanover because they want to grow. Well, whether they grow or we grow it on the edge of Hanover, who knows? But I think we need a person who can be out there fielding interest, because they're getting people coming to them interested, but where are we in the picture? So we need to have someone out there banging on doors and talking to people. We look at Markdale. Markdale's growing and there's growth around Markdale, Chapman's being one example. And we need to have someone there going to those businesses and saying, hey, why not build in West Grey? You know, we're right here. You can be close to Markdale. And Mount Forest is another example. We already have industrial and commercial in West Grey on the north end of Mount Forest, and there's growth there and there's potential there. It doesn't matter that, you know, they see themselves as Mount Forest people, they're in West Grey. So I think we're missing out by not having someone being on the floor, talking to people, pushing to get growth, even if it's not in Durham or Ayton, it's around us. So I do think that we need to do this in the future. Maybe they can't do it this year, but hopefully with the expertise we have on staff that we can make it happen.
Okay. Tom, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And thank you very much, Madam CEO, for basically presenting yourself for that position. If we could get the HR component done, but I don't think we can do this one with all the other complications and, you know, with all our infrastructure issues that we have in this year's budget, yes, EDAC is very important, but I think we have to just allow for the one position in the 2025 and take that EDAC into serious consideration for 2026. So I would be prepared to move a motion to not support that EDAC position for this this budget. Thank you.
Okay. So is the motion to defer the Economic Development Officer permanent full-time position? How are you going to rate that up, Jamie?
Through you, Mayor Eccles, what I heard from the deputy mayor was that council forgoes including an economic development officer in the 2025 draft budget.
Okay, good with that. Thanks, Tom. Seconder for that? Councillor Forrester. Scott? Any further comments, questions on this one? Jeff? Councillor Shea?
We've talked with the need for an economic development officer quite a bit over the years. We had a strategic visioning session a few years back with senior staff and then council. And I believe hiring an economic development officer was the top priority that came out of that day-long exercise. Each year at budget, for several years, we have said we need an economic development officer, but just not this year. Because this year is going to be, it's just too tight. It's just too hard this year. So I think it was really smart of staff to propose this model where the person would be funded for a fairly modest amount out of this year's budget. And what we're really doing is we're saying we need an economic development full-time next year. We'll hire them this year towards the end of the year, but they won't really be working full-time until the following year. So I think if we're ever going to pull the trigger on an economic development officer, this is the best way to do it. Because we're saying yes with, you know, and committing ourselves to develop this position into a full-time position over the course of 2 years. So that's why I would support this initiative and will, yeah, I'm in support of this initiative. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Townsend. Doug?
Just a question for Carrie, if I can. Where would we be at with this out? Where would we be at with this in? It's a matter of a couple decimal points. We'd be further off to get it going.
With the HR in, we're at 11.9 with, what we got, 30,005. You'd be at 12.1%.
Two points for 25. Another at least six points for 2026. Already got added in. Okay. Any other comments, questions on this one? We'll read that motion again, Jamie.
Certainly through you, Mayor Eccles, that in consideration of the draft 2025 consolidated operating capital budget, council forgoes including an economic development officer in the 2025 draft budget.
Okay. No other comments? Going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? Motion's defeated. Anybody else want to make a motion? Or do we want to just leave this and move on? Counselor Townsend,
I'll make a motion that we include the Economic Development Officer position in the 2025 budget.
as presented. Explain that. You wanted to second that? Okay. Joyce, a second of that. Jamie?
Through Mayor Eccles, just for consistency in the wording of the motion, it would be similar to that we proposed for the human resources support. So council approves the economic development officer business case as presented.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? You're virtual there, Tom. If you could, I'd like to speak to this motion and I'll ask you to take the chair.
I can take the chair. Thank you, Mayor.
Was that good procedural? You like me to do that. I just got, grave concern at this point in time, how much redundancy is in this position. We have Grey County Economic Development doing an awful lot of work on the county basis. They certainly are doing work. The other factor is, are we also going to be asking this economic development officer if we really put something in place as to what we're trying to sell? And then I also heard we're looking at, on our boundaries. We certainly know that with 3 large urban centers sitting on our boundaries, looking at what West Grey has. Is that going to be what the economic development or officer's been going to be involved in? I don't know. To me, we don't have a vision of what this person is supposed to do other than come in and walk on water and bring us all to the promised land for a minimal amount. I certainly don't see us getting a return on investment at this point in time. With what we have, we hired a CAO with a lot of this background and for the specialization that she brought to the job. That's my concern with, how much of the expertise of what staff we have already, and possibly with our planning staff trying to figure out things on the area. And an economic development officer, is it a great success that an economic development officer evolves one business in your community? And I look at that one on return on investment. If it's about $100,000, $91,000 a year, and we gain one business that's got 5 employees, 4 which are already here, that we gave a job to in a business then that maybe produces $10,000 worth of tax on a business case, invest in 90 some odd thousand dollars to get a return of $10,000. Not that successful business case. Just my thoughts. I really don't think that we're in a position at the present moment to be putting somebody in a full-time position for economic development. One, with all the resources that are out there already, promoting West Grey. 2, with the expertise and staff and the staffing that we have. And 3, how much of economic development where are we looking for the economic development? As in, you know, how prepared are we for it? Have somebody go out there and sell and find a 200,000 square foot building that needs full services. And we're restricted in one urban area with land to the other one with land and capacity. Before we hire somebody to sell something we haven't got, I think we better resolve those issues first. And they probably find it difficult to get to work because we haven't got any bridges for them to travel to get here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. We do have a motion on the floor. We have it moved and seconded. Any other comments, questions? I do. Councillor Shea, go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Chair. I think you made some really good points, Mayor. Particularly the one about not having a vision about what an economic development officer would do. And I think we perhaps don't have, or what we would be selling, was your word. And I think perhaps not having a vision is because we don't have an economic development officer. You've been at this for 16 years. I'm not sure, but
keep going.
Okay. And we know that these sorts of visions don't just sort of come out of thin air. They come out of hard work and, you know, someone who's willing to put in the legwork. So I think the only way we're going to develop a vision about what we have and how we're going to be made more economically strong and diverse and productive is through the efforts of an economic development officer. And I also think that it was astute to praise the economic development skills of our existing staff, especially our existing new staff. But I did hear our CAO just a minute ago say that all of the staff, the existing staff, have full workloads. I think that Ms. Harris's background in economic development means that she will be an excellent resource and cheerleader and coach for this person. This person isn't going to come in and work in a cubby hole out of the office, out of the basement or something like that. This person is going to be challenged and encouraged by our CAO, I think, to do an excellent job. So I think the stars are aligning, and this is a very appropriate time to be doing this. Thank you.
Councillor Shea, is there any other comments or questions? Councillor Hutch, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Councillor Shea was saying, that I do see that there's importance for it. I've always said that we need one. I think, you know, given the times, you know, it's tough right now with budget, but I do think it's important that we get started on it. And our CEO has given us a plan where we can actually sort of work our way in next year to a full-time position. If we need a person out there that's going to help us grow. We're growing commercial or residentially, but I don't think we're growing commercially as much as we could. And we need money. We need money coming in. As we've said, we don't have enough to do the things we do. And if we can get some extra commercial industrial monies coming in, I think that's a bonus. The thing about why we need them, why do other people around us have them? If they're not important, why does Hanover have one? Why does the county have one? Why does Grey Islands have one? I'm not sure about Dundalk, but they probably do. Grey Highlands or Highland, Southgate, yeah. So I think other people see the importance of it. I see it as an investment, and I'd be happy to support getting us started, because it is in our plan that we need one. So I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Again, we do have the motion on the floor. Does anybody need the motion read before we call the vote? Or are we all clear? So the motion is to support Clerk Act Controller. Is that my understanding?
Yes, through the chair, it's it's basically council approving the business case as it's presented for the EDO.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more time, any comments or questions? Call the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, please. 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. Those opposed, if you could raise your hand, please. So 4 to 3 in favor, that motion has carried. And at this time, I will transfer the chair back to Mayor Eccles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay. The next one on the budget requests is community garden. I believe Councillor Shea, you've declared a conflict on this one. So thank you. Understand why you have that. So it's the expansion of the community garden, $5,000 be allocated in here. If I'm reading this right, it's not just for one area. In the urban areas, it will be in the urban areas, but it would look at them in all four. Michelle.
Thank you. In the absence of our corporate initiatives officer, I'm happy to speak to this one. The idea would be, in hearing what we heard at the last budget meeting about focusing on one community only, the idea here would be to have a $5,000 budget allocation, and communities could step up and apply or ask to be considered for community garden support, whereby they would be required to provide 50% of the funding, however they chose to do it, and the municipality would match 50% towards having a community garden, with preference being to communities that don't currently have one. So rather than fund one community year over year, if that were the case, if Newstead wanted one for next year and nobody else applied, they would have the first right over if Durham had also applied.
Okay. Any conversation or discussion on this one? We have somebody to want to move the recommendation to include that within our budget under those parameters. Councillor Hutchison and Deputy Mayor Hutchison. Thank you. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Hutchison, Tom?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and through you to Madam CAO. I'm just curious, how are we going to get that information out to the other communities or the other towns, villages within our municipality that they could actually understand that there's an incentive to do these or incentive to do the gardens? How do we get that out there?
Thank you, through the chair. We would put a framework around this, and through our community initiatives officer, we would reach out to all the community groups. We are planning to have a community newsletter starting in January. So we would be reaching out. This would be part of the ongoing relationship we have with the community groups. I would suspect, because it's a finite pot of money, we would probably put a deadline saying, if you're interested, give us your expression of interest by such and such a date, so that we could weigh any competing applications equally and fairly within a certain time frame.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I'm going to ask a question. The 50% matching funds, could that, because there is some capital building, I think, would that 50% be in kind? Building the boxes, building the beds, supplying of materials on a basis, not just cash?
Thank you, Mayor. I would suggest that would be the intent of this. The idea was that we want community buy-in as well for this. In some other jurisdictions where community gardens, what happens, everybody gets jazzed in year one because there's free money floating around, and then the bed gardens or the beds go to disarray because people step back. So part of the incentive was as long as you're committed as a community group. So if that's labor, they would have to demonstrate that they're not taking, you know, the old railway ties that are coated in creosote and putting them for community garden beds. But yeah, I think this is meant to be permissive rather than restrictive.
Understanding. Moved and seconded. Good. Yeah, Hutch and Hutch. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Wait for the return of Councillor Shea. And Carrie, is there anything else with the budget?
I think the only other outstanding item is addressing the library additional ask in their budget. Yay or nay?
It's one that's there. You have something, Jamie? You got that thoughtful look on your expression.
Through your miracles, I don't have anything crafted, just procedurally for clarity of council. If no action is taken, then it's not added. If council wants it included in the budget, obviously a motion will be required. If council wants to go through the formal process of not granting the request, then a motion to forego would be in order. But as I said, if you do nothing, it's just not there. So there's more or less 3 options for you to consider.
Okay. Any further communication, conversation on this one? Questions? And I'd look for somebody to make a motion. A, B, or C? Or D, go home. Oh, that wasn't one that was on there. Sorry, no. What's the thoughts? Scott? Councillor Forster.
I'll make a motion to move the recommendation that the library asked for.
Request? Jim.
So 3 miracles, in keeping with the wording that we've been using for the rest of the business cases, it would be that council approves the library business case as presented.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Sorry, before I get there, we have somebody to second that motion. Councillor Shea. Thank you, Jeff. Yep. And comments? Go ahead, Jeff.
I just wonder if the wording of the motion is as clear as it could be. Somebody reading the minutes of this meeting would read that the business case was approved, but the business case wouldn't be included in the minutes. It's only included in the agenda of the previous document. So maybe it should say the business case for hiring a part-time library assistant or something to that effect. And I think you did do that with the previous motion around the EDO.
Through Mayor Eccles, if I may respond, basically what I've done with these business cases is I've taken and summarized in some cases the nature of the request as the substantive piece of that motion. So for the EDO, it was the Economic Development Officer. So there wasn't really much more to include in there or elaborate on. It was just included in that. I was paraphrasing when I had mentioned the library one because I didn't have it in front of me immediately. I'm just trying to pull it up quickly. So 2025 library budget increase is the nature of the request. Certainly I can elaborate a little bit if that's helpful for council, if that's your wish.
I think if you provided that additional information, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Okay. So just to be clear, there was 2 asks of the library, Gary, just so I'm clear. The 33,000 was in operations.
Yes, so those were part of our base budget, the 32,953, which would be wages, cost of living, grid movement,
Yeah.
all of that. So that has been included. The balance is it's actually 26,756 because we added in the $1,000 for the extra cost for books as part of the base budget. So it's the additional salary for increased hours at Ayton, and part-time library assistant, a new part-time library assistant, the library website refresh, and the phone system update. And that's 26,756 for those three things.
Okay. That's been moved, seconded. Good that way. Any further questions or thoughts? Jeffrey, Councillor Shea.
The way this shows up in the summary at the end of this document, the 27,700 is indicated as a 2025 service level increase, but the website increase is a one-time, isn't it? And maybe even the phone upgrade, I'm not sure.
I'm not certain on if that's an annual cost for the website or if it's a one-time redesign. I'd have to check this with Kim. I just don't know what off the top of my head, what I'd have to dig into that.
Okay, it's a fairly small matter, so that's fine. Thank you.
But I would believe for 2025, that the 26,756 that's what we're approving here today. I'll give a bit of a clarification that it's not going to be an ongoing built-in. To your point. Thanks, Jeff. Okay. There's no further questions. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. I think that's about it then, Carrie. All right. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, there may be one other thing. Joyce, Councillor Nick.
I'm just wanting clarification. At our October 22nd budget meeting, there was additional items for budget consideration, and it was supporting the town, like the signs for West Gray. And it was that in consideration of staff report 2025 additional items for budget consideration. Council directs staff to include 25,000 from the Economic Development Reserve for entry and gateway signage into the 2025 budget. Now I notice it's not on the current listing, or does it need to be because it's being pulled from economic development?
Again, Carrie.
Yeah, I noted that earlier. In the version that you have, it didn't include it, but I did add in the gateway entry signage, additional 25,000 expense coming from the Economic Development Reserve. So I did add that in there after the agendas were printed.
Yeah. Good point, Joyce. Just it won't have any effect on the levy as it comes out of reserve. Deputy Mayor Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And just a question because it came up today and would be operations, but what a crossing guard in Ayton, how would that fit into this conversation? Just as it's coming back on a, like, how do we introduce that, or it's a question so I can answer.
Michelle.
Thank you. The way we did the budget this year, and we've talked a lot about it, what's before you for the last couple of days are things that have come up from the public, that we've heard over the last year or 4 months for me of council and what staff have identified as important. If there are any other items that council wants to bring forward, I would suggest that now is the time to do it. And you can either have those discussions here and advise whether you want us to bring forward a business case, or alternately, if it's something you would like to consider adding to the budget now, we could do that today. I know we do have another budget meeting, but I'm sure you would all love if we didn't have to have another budget meeting, but totally at your discretion. But I do think this would be the time for council to identify anything that may have been missed.
If I may, Mayor Eccles, so based on that, I just, through you, sir, to, the clerk, is that, do I have to motion or just a general inquiry, sir?
I think I'll look at Jamie and he's going to tell you what I believe. I think he's going to tell you. I only do things by motion. Jamie.
Through you, Mayor Eccles, that is correct. So Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, if that's what you're looking for, if you're looking for something to be put in the draft budget with respect to funding for an additional crossing guard, then we would need a motion for that. If you want staff to report back on options, we would also need a motion for that if you want it included as part of the 2025 draft budget. So there are some options for you.
Okay, and thank you, and through you, Mayor Eccles, to the clerk. I guess I'm just looking mainly for a cost analysis and maybe a business case, not to actually add it, but at least it's something that we, for our next meeting, we can entertain just a review of it and have a conversation around it, because I know there's a lot of activity in Eaton, and they are going to be coming forward for that request, so at least we can have that discussion ahead of time. Thank you.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is for the final or the next review of the draft budget, you're requesting that a number be put in there for a crossing guard at there's a Gray Road 3 and Main Street, Ayton, Victoria, Victoria and Louisa. Okay, so you'll move that, Tom?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have a seconder. Councillor Forrester, Scott. Word carried. Yes, Mike. I think the clerk has a question. Yeah, I see that. Didn't say you were going to verbally give it to her. Procedural clarification. I will wait on that. Jamie.
Through you, Mayor Eccles, if I may, just in the interest of being respectful of council's time, if this is the only item outstanding with respect to having to come back for an additional budget meeting, my suggestion, the note that I had sent over to the treasurer is, do we know what the cost of a crossing guard is? If so, we could provide council with that information, and then we could have that discussion at this moment and decide on whether or not council wants to include that as part of the draft 2025 budget. Certainly we can come back for another budget meeting, but just understanding that if this is the only item, then not having to bring council all together to discuss one item that may take 5 minutes probably would be beneficial. So just trying to play this out before council votes on the motion on the floor, just to potentially save you some time.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor Eccles, that is excellent. That's a perfect response, and that's kind of what I was looking for. Hopefully, we can just kind of get some information out today. Thank you, Clerk.
Gary? And then I'll go
You're
to Doug.
probably looking at $12,000.
Okay. Councillor Townsend.
understanding, the clerk wanting to save us time and maybe not have another budget meeting. But should we owe it to the ratepayers to come back and have a sober second look at this in another couple weeks after we've slept on it for a few nights with 12%, or are we comfortable going ahead with this?
I know I showed up sober today and I'm not real happy at 12%, so maybe I should show up different and it would look better. I would say we're at 12.2 now.
12.4.
12.4. Councillor Hutchison.
I think I'd like the opportunity to think on it a little bit and go over some numbers. I don't know if there's any more details or numbers coming our way, but I think it's going to be tough going forward with a 12.4 increase. So I think we'll probably have to sit down and everybody put their heads together and maybe come up with some ways of making some changes and bring it back down again. But I don't know what that is right now, but I'd like some time to think about it.
We do have a motion on the floor here. Before we get carried away, we should deal with it first, right? And I got slightly away. Read us this motion the way you've got it written up now, Jamie.
Through you, Mayor Eccles, the motion is for staff to bring back a business case for an additional crossing guard in Ayton. Based on the numbers that the treasurer's provided, that's about $12,000 a year. I'm not certain that a business case would be required for that. It would be a staff undertaking of time spent on that for something that would basically tell you that it would cost $12,000. So if council is supportive, my suggestion would be that this motion isn't needed. So if the mover and seconder are happy to withdraw that, that's fine. Certainly you can provide the direction for the business case, but I just wanted to make you aware of where we're at with that right now.
I'm a little bit, the business case may not be required, but so to reword the motion, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to let Jamie propose what a different motion to get at what you were wanting, I think, in the original. Jamie?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. And just to follow up on that, procedurally, what we should do first is address this, be it withdraw it, vote it up or down, or something different. After that, if this is withdrawn, then council could put forward a motion to include 12,000 in the draft budget for a crossing guard in Ayton, or not. Those are the options that we have before us.
Tom? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Eccles, and I will withdraw that motion just based on what the clerk's advice was. Thank you.
And you want to put forward a motion to include $12,000?
Well, I was going to do that, but I think the clerk wanted this one disposed of first, and then I would just introduce that, but absolutely.
Well, if you've withdrawn it, I'll accept that it's withdrawn. Don't need to vote on that. Do you want to put forward a motion that a crossing guard be included in the 2025 budget for Ayton, specifically at Victoria and Louisa?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mayor Eccles.
Sorry, I can just go with Great Road 3 and Main Street, but I'm okay. Dom's Corner. All right. We have a seconder for that. Scott again. Thank you. Comments? Councillor Hutchison, Doug.
Did we not ask for a report to come back from our police department regarding the crosswalk at Sadler and Garifraxa, and to look at the crossing at Jackson and Garifraxa? So would we not include this one with that, have them take a look at Because, you know, they can be there at 9 o'clock in the morning or 8:30 and tell us, you know, the number of kids and whether it's warranted and so on. So could we not just include that with that report? Because we're gonna get that back before we make a final decision. I thought was the way we left it. That it was gonna come back because we had monies there for the engineering of a digitized sign or something, right?
Okay.
We did add 18,800 to the budget, and the determination of which corner is what we'll be getting back from the police chief. Because, and it is an application, engineering application, if you will, to MTO. We wouldn't be dealing with an MTO issue in Ayton, so it wouldn't require that kind of, you know, extra engineering expense, if you will, to add a crossing guard there.
Jeff?
But there was some consideration, would an automated crosswalk or whatever it was, signalized crosswalk alleviate the need for one crossing guard in Durham? And if it did, then the funds from that one crossing guard could be reallocated to Ayton. But we don't know if it will. Maybe you still have to have a crossing guard in those, 2 hours in the morning. So I think that's maybe where you were going with that, Councillor Hutchison.
Okay, further, Doug?
We also talked about taking that crossing guard and put them at South Street in Garifraxa, right? So, but if there's a need in Ayton, fine, then we should have a crossing guard there. I'm just thinking, if we're going to look at some of these situations, maybe we can lump it all together and just have a report come back before our next meeting to say, yes, we need one here, we don't need one here. If the police could give us some input, I don't know if that's possible. Okay, next budget.
Three Miracles, I would anticipate that any report back on that in particular would not be ready in time for the next budget meeting. So regardless of whether or not we're moving forward with the signalized crossing review, that money is earmarked for the 2025 draft budget right now, but it's very unlikely that any report on that would be ready for the next budget meeting.
Michelle?
Thank you. If what I'm hearing is correct, perhaps if council wants to put the $12,000 in for what I would call a crossing solution in Ayton, when we come back with the more full, you approve that within the budget, and then would give us some time to do a report and say, here's what it would, here's what a signalized, I guess is the word, not digitized crossing would look like. Or you could have the option of a crossing guard within that $12,000 allocation.
Okay. Right now, we're looking at the way the motion is worded is putting $12,000 for a crossing guard at Victoria and Louisa Street in Ayton for school crossing. Jamie?
Three Miracles, the wording that I had was not so prescriptive with the location in Ayton. It was just to include $12,000 in the draft budget for a crossing guard in Ayton, not to tie council to one specific location. Just provides a little bit more flexibility. So the way the motion is crafted is just for a crossing guard in Ayton and the funds associated with that.
Okay, yep. Like we kind of know where we're looking at it, but yeah. Leave that a little bit more open-ended, that's fine. Okay, any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay. That's it for the agenda business, other than the bylaw. Right? Confirming bylaw of the business of today. That way we can get out of here before 4, Joyce. Joyce.
Real quick, so that 12.4% includes that crossing guard?
Nope.
I just want to know what that point is going to make.
12.5, no?
Still 12.4. I can go to the next
Okay.
decimal, but there's still
Okay, thank you.
You're not
That's it.
12.40, you're 12.49.
12.5554392.
Okay. All right. Nothing else on budget. We do have a confirming bylaw for the procedures for today. We have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hutchison, Doug and Doug, 1 and 2. Any comments, questions on the bylaw? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Was all on the agenda completed? Everybody's in agreement. I'll declare the meeting adjourned at 3:00.